Chapter 4201. Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he saw Sky-Devouring's interest in magic tools and demonic tools. With a wave of his hand, he put away the magic tools and demonic tools and took out another batch. He looked at Sky-Devouring and paid attention to his expression. However, these were still not what Sky-Devouring wanted. Xiao Hua had obtained a lot of magic tools and demonic tools in the Forbidden Spring Ocean. Usually, he didn't pay much attention to them. Today, in order to lure Sky-Devouring, he simply took out these things in batches. Sure enough, after changing a dozen times, Sky-Devouring lifted his head from the ground and even sat on the ground. He looked at these magic tools with interest and even said, "No, these are too light, too small. I want something heavy, something that can be smashed, pierced." Xiao Hua pretended to be angry and waved his hand. "What do you want? Tell this old man. Even if this old man doesn't have a ready-made one, I can still refine one for you." "Ah, Daoist, is what you said true?" Sky-Devouring was overjoyed, his simple and honest face showing a flattered expression. However, Xiao Hua found a faintly discernible cunning in his eyes. Xiao Hua smiled faintly in his heart and replied, "Of course, this old man is a master refiner. As long as you say it, this old man can refine it. This." Hearing Xiao Hua's confidence, the Sky-Devouring beast hesitated again. It thought hard for a moment and raised its hand. A strange weapon appeared in the air. It looked like a stick, and there were 3 bent fingers in front of its head. Xiao Hua looked at this strange weapon in a daze. If there were a few more things in front of its head, wouldn't it be the same as the rake commonly used by people in the secular world? Sure enough, he was a pig. Even the things he thought of were related to farmers. He. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "In that case, this old man might as well give you a few more sharp weapons in front of its head. How about you take a look at this?" After saying that, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out a demonic tool from his space. This fiend item was one of the many fiend items that Xiao Hua had obtained in Dawn Rain Continent. Originally, they were used to refine the 5 elements wishful heavenly staff. However, after Xiao Hua obtained the method to refine the staff in Mount Meng, he threw them aside. If these demonic tools were ordinary, then they wouldn't be anything special. However, in Xiao Hua's space, demonic tools had experienced the opening of yin and yang just like magic tools. Green-robed Xiao Hua had only warned Xiao Hua to pay attention to those magic tools, but he hadn't thought about these demonic tools. Xiao Hua understood that perhaps the refining method of the demonic tools was different from the refining method of the Daoist magic tools. However, in the opening of yin and yang, the benefits of demonic tools might not be less than magic tools. This was the case with the magic weapon that he took out. He was sincere in giving such a magic weapon to the Sky-Devouring beast. "What is this?" The Heaven Devourer looked at the demonic artifact and drooled. However, he suppressed his thoughts and pretended not to know. "This is called 9-tooth rake." Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at the magic tool. "This is an illustrious and famous weapon. It's really suitable for an incomparably powerful prehistoric beast like you." At this time, the Heaven Devourer didn't care about what Xiao Hua meant by prehistoric beast. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked, Is this for me? You aren't lying to me, right?" "Ha ha." Xiao Hua laughed. He pointed his hand and the 9-tooth rake fell in front of the Heaven Devourer. He said, "How can this old man go back on his word? I'll give this to you. After that, this old man will give you the secret blood sacrifice technique. You can refine this weapon into your own. No one can take it away from you. Of course, this weapon looks small now. If you refine it a bit more, it can be as big as you want." "Ha ha." The Heaven Devourer laughed loudly. Its figure rapidly shrank. It lifted its front 2 hooves and took the 9-tooth rake. As it waved its arms, the sound of wind rose. Soon after, the Heaven Devourer felt that it was not satisfied. A demonic wind appeared under its feet and it flew into the air. It waved the 9-tooth rake. Cold light flickered in the air and killing intent overflowed. The lazy Heaven Devourer seemed to have changed its appearance. When it finished waving, the Heaven Devourer roared and the 9-tooth rake hit a mountain peak. Boom! The mountain peak that was several thousand feet in size was actually hit by the nine-tooth-rake and collapse. Good. The Heaven Devourer shouted. It kept the nine-tooth-rake and landed in the air. After its figure returned to normal, it squinted its eyes and looked at the nine-tooth-rake. It shook its head and said, "This weapon is very good. However, it's a bit small, haha." How could Xiao Hua not know about the Heaven Devourer's narrow-mindedness? He smiled and said, "Naturally, I can refine it bigger. However, this old man doesn't have the time now. Let's talk about it later. As for the secret blood sacrifice technique, we'll have to wait. Let's go." With the nine-tooth-rake, the Heaven Devourer seemed to be emboldened. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, it rushed into the sky and said, "I'll bring you to Chaotian Tower." Chaotian Tower? Xiao Hua was stunned. Looking at the Heaven Devourer's back, he thought to himself, "Isn't this the name of a Confucian cultivator? How did it become a place name?" Page, still trying to be secretive in front of this Xiao, saying that you've never seen a human before. Isn't Chaotian Tower an example? This Heaven Devourer is really interesting. However, up until now, Xiao Hua had a very good impression of this somewhat timid, somewhat lazy, somewhat cunning, and somewhat unwilling to admit defeat strange beast. He also knew that the Heaven Devourer's strength was not enough to threaten him. He simply stopped thinking about it and followed behind the Heaven Devourer. After flying for a while, Xiao Hua used a Buddhist secret technique to send a sound transmission. "Heaven Devourer, since you're willing to bring this old man over, then, can you at least tell this old man about the situation of Chaotian Tower?" Hearing Xiao Hua ask about the situation of Chaotian Tower, the Heaven Devourer became nervous. However, its eyes turned slightly, its big nose twitched, and even its big ears faintly moved. It sent a sound transmission, "Daoist Xiao, Chaotian Tower is a mysterious place, and also a place of opportunity. However, Chaotian Tower is even more dangerous." Oh! Xiao Hua became interested and asked, "What's so strange about Chaotian Tower? Why do you say that? No one knows the origin of Chaotian Tower. Even that senior you wanted to ask about just now, he also doesn't know. In any case, since I can remember, this Chaotian Tower has already existed." Xiao Hua sweated. Even that unknown existence didn't know about this place. Naturally, it was bigger than the Heaven Devourer era. Was there even a need to say this? I understand. Continue speaking." Xiao Hua replied casually. Before the Heaven Devourer could speak, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly became alarmed. His eyes also turned, as if he understood something. This Heaven Devourer looked very simple and honest, but it was still very narrow-minded. Previously, it had played a few tricks in front of Xiao Hua, and now it suddenly said some irrelevant words. It seemed to be a feint to make Xiao Hua lower his guard. Who knows, there might be some small pit waiting for Xiao Hua later. Sure enough, the Heaven Devourer said again, "Every few hundred years, a phenomenon will appear in Chaotian Tower. The specific phenomenon is different. Some are yellow sand filling the sky, some are blue water filling the sky, some are strange caves, and some are like the multicolored light from last time. However, every time a phenomenon appears, it says that an opportunity has appeared in Chaotian Tower, and a treasure has appeared. What this treasure is, no one knows. Only by entering Chaotian Tower can one know. I heard that Senior once entered Chaotian Tower and obtained a weapon that can pierce the sky. That's why he can dominate within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Hearing the Heaven Devourer's words, Xiao Hua didn't find anything wrong with it. He also nodded slightly and didn't ask any more. However, Chaotian Tower is very strange. Not all strange beasts can enter. Only those who were young and not strong enough could do it. Like that senior, he has no way to enter now. Of course, with an opportunity, there will be more strange beasts fighting for it. Every time an opportunity appears in Chaotian Tower, there will be many strange beasts coming to fight for it. Fight to the death. Back then, I also participated in the fight for the treasure in Chaotian Tower with great ambition. Unfortunately, although I fought to the death and arrived in front of the treasure, because I was framed by other strange beasts, I only saw one side of the treasure and didn't snatch it. Speaking of this, the Heaven Devourer seriously transmitted, I didn't tell you this just now because I didn't want you to come over. You don't know, but those strange beasts will do anything for these treasures. Especially the Chaos 5 little ones, they are even more despicable. The 5 of them have worked together and successfully entered Chaotian Tower twice in a row to obtain the treasures inside. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was very happy. Previously, the Heaven Devourer had shouted, "You guys only know how to bully me, you know I have nothing to compete with you guys." Xiao Hua didn't understand the you guys, but now he understood that the Chaos 5 little ones were the you guys that the Heaven Devourer was talking about. Presumably, the Heaven Devourer was not only schemed against by the Chaos 5 little ones in Chaotian Tower, but also normally bullied by them. So, the Heaven Devourer wanted to set a trap for him here. Xiao Hua's eyes turned and asked, "What danger is there in Chaotian Tower? Why don't you tell me?" Hearing that Xiao Hua didn't ask who the Chaos 5 little ones were, the Heaven Devourer was a bit disappointed, but he didn't dare to say too much and replied, "Of course it's dangerous. But there are ambushes inside that test the strength of the strange beasts that enter and the schemes of other strange beasts. I was already very lucky to be able to enter Chaotian Tower back then." "Oh, tell me what danger you encountered back then," Xiao Hua continued to ask. "This." The Heaven Devourer slightly hesitated and hurriedly transmitted, "There was a lot of yellow sand, each of them was the size of a hill. There were also many weapons that fell down from the mountain like stones." Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. Normally, when describing things that fell, they would be described as falling like raindrops. However, when it came to the heaven-devouring beast, it actually became rolling stones. Thus, Xiao Hua hurriedly interrupted the heaven-devouring beast and asked, "Have you never seen rain before?" "Rain? What is rain?" The Heaven Devourer was stunned. Chapter 4202. There's a lot of water falling from the sky. Xiao Hua explained helplessly. Heaven Devouring scratched its head and thought for a while, as if trying to recall. After half a cup of tea's time, it sent a voice transmission. "I seem to have seen it when I was young, but I haven't seen it for a long time." "Then what treasure did you see?" Xiao Hua suddenly asked. "Ah!" Heaven Devouring was stunned, then it stuttered and replied, "It's what I showed you just now. It's a weapon similar to the nine-toothed rake. The weapon is in the Imperial Court. There are many beasts fighting to the death to snatch it." Xiao Hua did not believe Heaven Devouring's words. "That's right," Heaven Devouring insisted. "What I saw with my own eyes was that treasure. It was taken away by the 5 youngsters." Hearing Heaven Devouring mention the 5 youngsters again, Xiao Hua understood. If the shocking aura from before belonged to the Untainted Land 5 small beasts, then the cultivation of the Untainted Land 5 small beasts was definitely not much inferior to his. And Tunchan's current strength was not comparable to his, let alone when he entered the Imperial Palace. How could he see through the eyes of the 5 youngsters? How could he reach the treasure? Everything was just Heaven Devouring's self-justification. It was impossible for him to reach the Imperial Court. However, since Heaven Devouring mentioned the 5 youngsters, Xiao Hua asked again, "Which 5 youngsters are they? What's so cunning about them? What's so shameless about them? Tell me about it." Hearing Xiao Hua ask about the 5 little ones of desolation and talk about their cunning and shameless, the sky-swallowing beast stopped and turned its head to look at Xiao Hua. Its simple and honest face revealed a kind of gratitude. It raised its 4 hooves at the same time as if it wanted to fly over to hug Xiao Hua and tell him a good story. Xiao Hua hurriedly urged, "Don't stop, quickly lead the way. I still want to snatch the treasure of the Imperial Court." "All right." Heaven Devouring saw that Xiao Hua had fallen into its trap and was overjoyed. It hurriedly urged its body to fly forward and said, "You don't know how despicable the 5 youngsters are. They were originally very strong, but they always snatched our things. If it was just one of them, it would be fine, but they always snatched our things together. How do you think we're their match? So what if they robbed us? They even bullied us and often beat us up badly. They even threatened us to tell them first if we found something good. We can't keep it for ourselves. Let's not talk about how they worked together to steal my treasures and injure me in the Skyward Pavilion. Just say that 3 years ago, I found a weapon under a cliff. Before I could warm it up, that stupid black jade donkey came. Seeing the sky-swallowing beast speak excitedly, Xiao Hua helplessly interrupted it. Is the black jade donkey one of the 5 little beasts of the great wilderness? Yes, yes. Sky Devouring nodded like a chick pecking at rice and replied, the 5 little ones of the primordial world are the black jade stupid donkey, the golden toad, the 5-colored stupid chicken, the black and white stinky bastard, and the little white fishy cat. That black jade donkey was the worst of them all. He was extremely stupid. However, his heart was the most ruthless. That time, when he saw me take the weapon, he immediately called the toad over. The 2 shameless things first snatched the weapon and broke 3 of my hooves. They even broke one of the bone spurs on my back. They also said that if I didn't give the weapon to them, they would beat me up every time they saw me. This time, it was considered light. 50 years ago, I found an ice bead in the mysterious ice layer. You also know that the great wilderness continent was extremely hot. I would pant when I moved. This ice bead was suitable for me, so I didn't take the words of the 5 little beasts of the great wilderness to heart and took it back to the cave. Who knew that the black jade donkey got the news and actually brought the stinky bastard to find me? Without saying anything, he snatched the ice bead and even beat me up. Seeing that Sky Devouring's grievances were like the sea and showed signs of unceasing, Xiao Hua hurriedly interrupted and asked, Sky Devouring, why is it always this? The black jade donkey found you first. What other bastards and stupid chickens don't you find? That's right, it's that stupid donkey. Hearing Xiao Hua call the black jade donkey, Sky Devouring beamed with joy and said, stupid as hell. Oh, this stupid donkey lives hundreds of thousands of li away from here. Of course, he comes first every time. The others all live far away. I don't even know where that little chicken and toad live. Have you been to the place where the stupid donkey lives? Xiao Hua asked thoughtfully. When Sky Devouring heard this, it couldn't help but feel nervous. It swung its hooves and shouted, how would I dare to go? Not to mention me, even the other strange beasts don't dare to go. That's sending themselves to be bullied. I heard that 70 years ago. Hearing Sky Devouring's grievances, Xiao Hua pondered again. Previously, when he saw the multicolored light, there were many powerful auras in the entire continent. Although Xiao Hua didn't dare to get involved, there weren't many auras nearby. Moreover, there weren't many figures in the night sky. Therefore, the 5 little beasts of the great wilderness mentioned by Sky Devouring might not be among them. Moreover, from what Sky Devouring said, these strange beasts of the great wilderness were like the domineering hedonistic sons of the secular world. Although Sky Devouring had always been bullied, but that stupid donkey didn't want his life. Sky Devouring had a lot of bitterness. It sounded like it had more water than the great wilderness. Xiao Hua flew with Sky Devouring for a few hours, but he never heard Sky Devouring's words. Looking at the golden earth, all the mountain ranges came to an end, all the colors came to an end, an endless stretch of golden sand covered the earth like a desert. Without needing Sky Devouring to explain, Xiao Hua already knew that this must be the Imperial Heaven Tower that Sky Devouring was talking about. Xiao Hua released his divine sense, wanting to see how big this Imperial Heaven Tower was. However, when his divine sense reached the limit, he still didn't see any other colors even after tens of thousands of li. A faint surprise unconsciously appeared on his face. Daoist Master Xiao. Sky Devouring saw the golden color, and its bitter water stopped abruptly. Its pig face revealed nervousness. Its figure stopped in midair, and without turning its head, it said, "This is the Imperial Heaven Tower. The treasure you want should be inside. I won't go forward. You be careful. Xiao Hua didn't force Sky Devouring. He retracted his divine sense and used a secret technique to ask, if you don't want to go, then don't go. However, can you tell me where the entrance to the Imperial Heaven Tower is? This. Sky Devouring's eyes looked to the bottom left corner for no reason. It raised its hoof and casually pointed to a place, replying, the Imperial Heaven Tower is here. Its entrance appears different every time. The last time I went in, it was at a place 3,000 li in front of me. As for this time, I don't know either. Then what did the Imperial Heaven Tower look like when you saw it? Xiao Hua asked again. The sky-devouring beast answered without hesitation, every time Chao Tianqiu appears, it looks different inside. What I see is a white cave with many fruits and many beasts in it. As sky-devouring spoke, it couldn't help but swallow its saliva, as if it was talking about a beautiful dream it had just had. Since it's different every time, you don't have to say any more. Xiao Hua stopped sky-devouring from fabricating. He then stared at sky-devouring's eyes and transmitted his voice. I'll ask you one last time. Is this the real Imperial Heaven Tower? Is this the place where the rainbow light appeared? Sky-devouring's eyes flashed for no reason. Then, it looked back at Xiao Hua and nodded. Yes. This is definitely the place where the rainbow light appeared. It was also that day. I found the place where we could sleep underground. Good. Xiao Hua nodded and said, I believe you. However, I have to say the ugly words first. If you lie to me, you definitely won't have a good ending. Black Jade Donkey will only beat you, but I will slice off your flesh piece by piece and fry it. I will cut off your legs and chop them into pieces to braise. Yes, yes. Sky-devouring obviously didn't understand what Xiao Hua meant by braised meat. However, after hearing Xiao Hua's tone, it felt that it was awesome and hurriedly nodded. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. Lightning flashed around his body. His figure turned into a thunderbolt and rushed into the golden desert, disappearing in a moment. Looking at Xiao Hua's figure that was like a thunderbolt, sky-devouring slightly shrunk its neck. It licked its lips with its blood-red tongue and rolled its eyes. It seemed to be very hesitant. Then, it turned around and flew back. However, after flying for the time it took to eat a meal, it stopped again. It turned around and looked at the faintly visible golden color again. A strange and decisive expression appeared on its face as it turned around and flew in another direction. Xiao Hua flew into the golden desert. He didn't identify any direction at all and flew straight ahead for more than an incense stick's worth of time. Then, he stopped again. He had already released his divine sense earlier and didn't find anything strange. Moreover, he still couldn't sense the traces of dragon vein Xiao Hua and phoenix body Xiao Hua. He already knew that his two clones must have fallen into the Imperial Heaven Tower. Moreover, this Imperial Heaven Tower was definitely not something that could be discovered by ordinary means. Xiao Hua looked around and landed on the ground. Hua! With a soft sound, the golden sand at the place where Xiao Hua landed flowed to both sides. Xiao Hua waved his hand and a handful of sand fell into his hand. The size of the sand looked very uniform. They were all the size of a thumb. The sand was yellow all over and had a faint luster. Under the sunlight, the rough surface reflected a yellow brilliance. Xiao Hua pinched a piece of sand with his thumb and index finger. With a slight force, the sand was crushed into powder. The powder flew with the wind and raised a faint earthy smell. It looks like a very ordinary sand. Xiao Hua thought to himself. He threw away the sand in his hand. Then, his body flashed with an earthy yellow brilliance. He used the earth escape technique and fell into the sand. Chapter 4203. In just half a meal's worth of time, Xiao Hua's body flew out from another place. His face didn't show any abnormality. Xiao Hua's figure didn't stop at all. He once again soared into the sky and headed in another direction. After searching for half a day, Xiao Hua still couldn't find the entrance to the skyward tower even though the sun was setting and the moon was rising. At this time, the moonlight was very misty, extremely faint like smoke. The entire golden desert had also restrained its bright luster, only revealing a dim yellow color in the night. However, the entire desert was still very hot. The sunlight absorbed during the day was now slowly spreading in the darkness along with the dim yellow. Even in the darkness, one could see strands of hot air gushing out. Damn it, that bastard devouring heaven wouldn't deceive this old man, right? Xiao Hua stood in the air in a daze, looking at the endless dim yellow, frowning as he secretly pondered. At this time, a fist-thick spike protruded from the dim yellow sand, silently extending into the sky and attacking Xiao Hua from behind. Following the protrusion of this spike, a several hundred jong large yellow sand scorpion appeared from the sand. This sand scorpion's body was completely made of sand, and there was no movement when it moved. Seeing this huge spike was only about 10 jong away from Xiao Hua, It suddenly pierced towards Xiao Hua's back like lightning. Xiao Hua suddenly turned around, frowned slightly, and sneered, "Damn it." Following that, Xiao Hua waved his fist, and an unstoppable fist wind immediately sealed the area within 10 zhong. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge spike was smashed into powder by Xiao Hua's fist wind. Moreover, Xiao Hua's figure didn't move, and the fist wind paused. Woo! A gale suddenly rose, smashing towards the sand scorpion on the ground. Rumble! The several hundred zhong large sand scorpion was killed, and even the sand within 1,000 zhong was smashed into powder. The powder was instantly blown away by the night wind without a trace. Caw caw! Without waiting for the traces of the powder to completely disappear, sand scorpions of various sizes appeared within a few miles to the left. They waved their large pincers and raised their sharp thorns that flickered with a cold light as they charged towards Xiao Hua. All of them had a fearless appearance. What kind of monster is this? When Xiao Hua had killed the sand scorpion earlier, he had already realized that it was a little strange. That was because the sand scorpion was really a sand scorpion. It was completely made of sand. Now that he saw the sand scorpions all over the place, he couldn't help but be surprised because he didn't sense any movement of soul essences, nor did he sense any fluctuation of mana. He really didn't understand how these monsters were formed. Motherfucker, nothing is too strange in this world. This mysterious great desolate continent has many secrets that I don't know about. Xiao Hua sighed as he took out the wishful staff. With a wave of his hand, he killed all the sand scorpions that were attacking him. It was easy to kill the sand scorpions, but what made Xiao Hua even more surprised was that although these sand scorpions were not his opponents at all, he had just killed the sand scorpions when more ferocious sand scorpions were born on the ground. These sand scorpions were not only larger in size, but their aura gradually increased from nothing, from weak to strong, becoming more and more powerful. Looking at such a huge and endless group of sand scorpions, Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't fight endlessly with them here. He only pondered a little, and his figure flashed with lightning as he prepared to fly elsewhere. However, when he circulated his magic energy, he noticed that the space in the surroundings was suffused with an extremely faint fluctuation since a long time ago. This fluctuation was mixed with the night wind, so it was utterly impossible to notice. At this moment, when Xiao Hua circulated his magic energy, the fluctuation instantly revealed its might. Not only did it freeze Xiao Hua's magic energy, even his figure was obstructed. It made it very difficult for Xiao Hua to move. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a strange color. The wishful staff in his hand rotated in mid-air, and dozens of sand scorpions were killed. At the same time, in Xiao Hua's mind, he saw strands of fluctuations as small as mosquitoes penetrating from dozens of sand grains and blending into the space. Motherfucker, this is a bit troublesome. Xiao Hua knew in his heart that he had fallen into a strange circle. The more he killed the sand scorpions, the more the destructive sand produced waves that trapped him, and the sand scorpions that were reborn on the ground became more and more powerful. In this strange circle, sooner or later, he would be killed by the sand scorpions. Sure enough, the sand scorpions that were destroyed with a wave of his hand were reborn at this time, and they were already thousands of feet tall. The huge body crawled up from the ground, not only making a slight roar, but the fierce aura also made the night wind in the sky even more chaotic. Of course, Xiao Hua's means were not limited to this. He fought for a while and observed the surrounding situation again. He saw that in addition to the fluctuations, there was only a murderous aura, and there was no entrance to the Chao Tian Imperial Court that he was looking for. So, he waved his hands, and within 100 miles of the void, there were countless thunderbolts. This thunderbolt was like the angry hand of a god, and instantly destroyed the sand scorpions that had just formed. Without waiting for the sand to fall, Xiao Hua's figure escaped into the distance with the brilliance of the thunderbolt. Xiao Hua escaped for more than 1,000 li, then reappeared in midair. His divine sense still hadn't left his body to look elsewhere. Aoo! A world-shaking roar came from below him. Then, a sand scorpion no less than 10,000 zhong long swayed as it arched its body from the ground. Its huge stinger was even bigger than a mountain range, and it attacked Xiao Hua's back. Is there no end to this? Xiao Hua was a little angry. His eyes swept over the black light that was stabbing at his back, and his mind condensed into a hammer. Boom! It hit the stinger, and then Xiao Hua's mind fell on the tail and body of the giant sand scorpion. In the huge roar, the shell of the 10,000 feet long sand scorpion was like a collapsing mountain, collapsing piece by piece. When the entire sand scorpion's body completely collapsed, thousands of chaotic fluctuations swam in the space within 100 miles, like frightened little fish in a pool. Woo-woo. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened, and a layer of dark clouds suddenly appeared. Not only did it cover the starlight, but it also covered the originally clear moonlight. The night wind also suddenly stopped, and a ghost-like wailing and wolf-like howling sound strangely appeared above Xiao Hua's head. Who? Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his magic power to protect his body, and his mind suddenly swept towards the sky. The strange thing was that there was no abnormality in the entire sky, and even the previous fluctuations had disappeared. Not good. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He knew that this was the calm before the storm. Almost without thinking, he once again urged the lightning escape technique to escape into the distance. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's figure had only just crossed a few miles of the night sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the space within 1,000 miles began to boil, and the fluctuations that had previously disappeared reappeared. Each of the fluctuations seemed to have gone crazy, dancing wildly in the entire night sky. Xiao Hua was in the middle of it. Not only did his magic power want to rush out of his body like a volcanic eruption, but even the blood vessels in his body were restlessly moving everywhere. Ha! In the midst of the chaos, a sound that seemed to have come from a long time ago, and also seemed to have just woken up from a deep sleep, came from under Xiao Hua's feet. This sound was like a thunderclap, startling Xiao Hua's entire body and causing his magic power to become even more chaotic. Then, a vast ocean-like will emerged from the sound, sweeping through the space within 1,000 miles. All the fluctuations fell into this will. Roar! When all the fluctuations condensed into this will, a dull dragon's roar was born out of thin air. At the same time, the dragon's might that Xiao Hua was familiar with also spread out within 1,000 miles of this dragon's roar. How could Xiao Hua resist this dragon's might? His figure fell onto the ground uncontrollably, and the dragon's might seemed to tilt the entire earth, pressing him firmly onto the sand. Looking at the sky again, the dragon's might was born, and a faintly discernible figure of a huge dragon appeared in the pitch-black darkness. The entire dragon's body was composed of countless fluctuations. Roar! Once the dragon's body was born, a faintly discernible dragon's head faced the sky and roared, as if it wanted to fight against the heaven and earth. Amidst the dragon's roar, the dark clouds that blocked the night sky exploded. Under the splendor of the moon and stars, an extremely mighty dragon figure appeared in front of all living things. This dragon figure was very beautiful, as if it was carved out of crystal. Where the splendor fell, there were specks of fireflies. Within those fireflies, there were flickering silver fluctuations cruising about. Every time they cruised for a moment, there would be faint dragon patterns overflowing from the collision of these fluctuations, flying under the splendor of the fireflies. Damn it, what the hell is going on? No matter how much Xiao Hua urged his magic power, his body couldn't move. The 5 elements true qi in his chest and the soul strands of the mysterious dark clouds were also imprisoned by this dragon figure. Xiao Hua was really scared witless. However, just as Xiao Hua urged his magic power, the huge dragon head above the dragon figure retracted from the night sky, letting out a thunderous roar. The entire night sky trembled as it fell towards Xiao Hua. Roar! Following the dragon head's low roar, a rock-like consciousness also fell, and that seemingly incomparable aura shrouded the entire land. Xiao Hua was shocked. How could he dare to let the dragon head fall? In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Hua's mind lit up. His consciousness entered the space, and he released the divine power centipede from the space. At this time, the divine power centipede was different from before. Not only was its body 10 times bigger than before, but there was also a layer of clearly visible scales on its pitch-black shell. These scales were engraved with strands of dragon patterns. There were also some very strange patterns between these dragon patterns. These patterns intertwined with the dragon patterns, giving off an indescribable luster. The divine power centipede originally didn't have horns, but at this time, there was a small protrusion on its head. This protrusion was surrounded by a circular halo, and every inch of the halo was emitting a strange dragon's might. What was special was that the divine power centipede had many tentacles on its abdomen. At this time, these tentacles were dancing, giving birth to the illusion of a dragon's claw. Chapter 4204. The moment the divine power centipede appeared, it immediately felt the peerless might of the dragon form. Almost at the same time, the divine power centipede curled up its body and curled up into a ball again. Damn it, you're so weak. I gave you so many benefits in vain. Seeing the divine power centipede cowering like a pile of mud, Xiao Hua cursed in his heart. However, just as he cursed, a delicate voice came from the bottom of his heart. Master, please wait a moment, Master. Xiao Hua stared at the divine power centipede, dumbfounded. He didn't expect the divine power centipede to talk to him. After a short while, Xiao Hua came to his senses. This was probably the effect of the Buddhist secret technique. Sure enough, Xiao Hua activated the secret technique and transmitted his voice. Don't worry, take your time. The divine power centipede's curled up body shook visibly. Then, the delicate voice sounded again with pleasant surprise. Master. Master, you're talking to me? Yes, you're right. Don't worry, if you can't resist this thing, I'll take you back. Don't take any risks. You don't blame me? The divine power centipede asked cautiously. Xiao Hua blushed with shame. He hurriedly replied, Of course I don't blame you. This dragon form is so powerful that even I can't defeat it. How can you succeed? Just now. I was just talking nonsense. Master, don't worry. The divine power centipede transmitted his voice. If it were some other powerful technique, I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. However, this dragon form is the condensation of the dragon clan's will. Although its will is powerful and far surpasses mine, I can still resist it. As he spoke, the two tentacles on the top of the divine power centipede's head danced like a dragon's body. 2 streams of dragon breath were released. At the same time, the protruding part of the divine power centipede emitted a brilliance, like a dragon's horn, and rushed towards the dragon's head. Roar! The dragon's head was slightly startled and stopped in midair. The rock-like dragon breath immediately gathered and fell on the divine power centipede. Creak, creak, creak. The divine force centipede's back let out a series of cracking sounds. The dragon tattoos on its back flickered and burst into the night sky. Waves of dragon aura surged toward the dragon head like a rising tide. As the dragon tattoo exploded, the god power centipede's body glowed with 5 colors. It looked like a real dragon's body. It was very beautiful. Boom. The divine power centipede's draconic might and the dragon's draconic breath stood in confrontation for a few minutes before the draconic head's draconic aura became chaotic. After that, the draconic aura spread through the draconic body and collapsed wherever it went. Amidst the rumbling, all the dragon patterns and all the fluctuations were like small fish that were flying towards a place under the night sky in group. Skyward Tower. Xiao Hua landed on the back of the god power centipede. He raised his hand and pointed in that direction, shouting, Go there. Yes, master, please sit tight. The god power centipede was as obedient as a child. With a cheerful cry, a demonic cloud appeared under its feet and carried Xiao Hua to the place where the fluctuations fell. Under the moonlight, the golden sand in the distance emitted a faint 7-colored light. This light seemed to be in the cracks of the void, but it also seemed to be in the sand. It gave off an unreal feeling. The god power centipede reached there and waved its tentacles without hesitation. A dragon's draconic aura spread out. As soon as the draconic aura touched the light, the entire light emitted a dazzling brilliance. Xiao Hua felt that this brilliance was getting bigger and brighter. It blocked the entire world in front of his eyes. The strange scenes of the Dragon Kingdom turned into light and shadows that completely covered his body. Woo! It wasn't just Xiao Hua's body that shrank, it was the sound of the wind that suddenly became louder. Xiao Hua only felt that the surrounding hurricane was about to blow him away from the god power centipede's back. Shua. At this moment, another layer of draconic aura appeared on the god power centipede's back. This draconic aura enveloped Xiao Hua's body in a brilliance. Xiao Hua's body immediately became as stable as a rock. Boom! Xiao Hua's body just stabilized. The god power centipede crashed into an invisible barrier. Following the sound of the collision, the god power centipede's body retreated. Of course, it only retreated for a few breaths. The god power centipede's body shook. Not only did the draconic aura that protected Xiao Hua explode, even the tentacles in front of its head turned into draconic aura and pounced on the barrier. The god power centipede's 2 draconic auras were quite powerful. As soon as they touched the barrier, 2 rays of golden light flashed. Although the golden light couldn't compare to the soaring dragon scissors, it was much more agile. Under the golden light, a layer of ripples appeared on the barrier. Hua! It was like passing through a waterfall. Xiao Hua's ears were somewhat ringing. Immediately after, a light overflowed and a layer of heaven and earth appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. When Xiao Hua saw everything in front of him, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Because, in front of him was an untainted land. There were towering mountains that reached into the clouds, incomparably huge ancient trees, and a mountain forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Everything was not much different from the untainted land outside of the imperial court. This is an illusion. Xiao Hua stepped on the god power centipede's back and lowered his head to look around. He couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. Just as he was thinking in his heart, caw caw, a burst of horsebird cries sounded. Not far away in the sky, hundreds of strange birds formed a flock and pounced over. These strange birds looked very strange. Their wings were hundreds of feet long when they spread out. The feathers on the wings were sparse and crimson-red muscles could be seen under the feathers. The strange birds' bodies weren't particularly big. They were only several tens of feet long. However, on this several tens of feet long body, the long, sickle-like beak took up several tens of feet. The bird's head behind the beak was fiery red. A cluster of strange patterns the size of a palm flickered on the strange bird's forehead like a flame. When these strange birds saw the god power centipede and Xiao Hua, they seemed to have found food. They cried out crazily and pounced over. Ah! Xiao Hua's gaze swept over and he couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at the strange birds in a daze. However, his gaze wasn't looking at the strange birds. Instead, he looked past the strange birds and looked at the distant horizon. Previously, Xiao Hua only lowered his head to look at the ground and didn't pay attention to the sky above him. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that the sky above him wasn't as turbid as he thought. It wasn't a pure color, and it wasn't the sky that he usually saw. Instead, it was a mirror. Everything on the ground was reflected in the mirror. The strange birds that pounced over were also moving crazily in the mirror. They were attacking him who was standing in midair. In fact, even the clouds in the distant horizon and the round sun also existed on the surface of the mirror. Xiao Hua's surprise naturally disappeared in a flash. He withdrew his gaze and scanned with his divine consciousness. At this moment, he discovered that his divine consciousness had been imprisoned and couldn't leave his body at all. Kill. Seeing that the strange birds were getting closer and closer, and that there was even a fishy smell coming from their beaks, Xiao Hua coldly ordered. When the god power centipede heard Xiao Hua's order, the surrounding demonic clouds mixed with dragon chi suddenly surged out and instantly shrouded an area of several miles. Gaga! When the strange birds saw the demonic clouds filling the air, they were originally shocked. They all cried out and prepared to scatter. However, the dragon chi in the demonic clouds was too strong, and it immediately aroused the fighting spirit of these strange birds. The patterns on their foreheads glowed red as they desperately pounced on the god power centipede. Looking at the god power centipede, the tentacles under its abdomen were waving, and countless black chi was produced from the demonic clouds. These black chi were like intersecting sword chi, and incomparably sharp as they fell on the strange birds. The strange birds opened their beaks and spewed out scarlet flames, wanting to burn the black chi and the demonic clouds. However, when the black chi fell, not only were the flames cut into pieces, but the strange birds' bodies were also minced into minced meat. Seeing the minced meat falling from the sky amidst the black chi, Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the mirror that was exactly the same. He then looked down and frowned, muttering to himself in a low voice, "Oh? These strange birds are actually real. Could it be that this isn't an illusion?" The strange birds had just been killed, and the god power centipede's demonic clouds had yet to be retracted. Rumble. The entire ground was shaking. From all over the mountain range, a large number of strange beasts swarmed over. Some of these beasts were huge, while others were strange. However, all of these beasts had a fiery red mark on their forehead. Roar. A group of beasts surrounded the god power centipede and roared. Some of them even spat out flames from their mouths, wanting to attack the god power centipede. Roar. At this time, the god power centipede could also roar. It was no longer the zhi sound from before. The god power centipede roared and was about to pounce down, but Xiao Hua patted the back of its hand and said, "Go, you are a dragon eater, why lower yourself to their level?" "Yes, master." Hearing this, the god power centipede obediently retracted its demonic clouds and flew away. Roar. The group of beasts that had escaped death didn't have any intention of letting the god power centipede go. They continued to roar on the ground, chasing after the god power centipede. However, the god power centipede flew extremely fast, and in a short moment, it had already left these beasts behind. Xiao Hua urged the god power centipede to fly aimlessly. However, after flying for a while, at the end of the sky, Xiao Hua actually saw a towering mountain peak. The mountain peak's outline couldn't be seen clearly, but under the sun, it was so majestic that it pierced through heaven and earth. Without needing Xiao Hua's order, the god power centipede increased its speed and rushed towards the mountain peak. Wait. Seeing the mountain peak becoming clearer and clearer, Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror, then looked at the mountain peak in the distance. The god power centipede immediately stopped. Xiao Hua pointed at the top of his head and said, "Let's fly up." "Yes, master." The god power centipede didn't hesitate to fly up into the sky and directly stabbed into the mirror. What was very strange was that Xiao Hua clearly saw himself face to face in the mirror. Not only was his appearance and expression clear, he could even touch it with his hand. However, no matter how the god power centipede flew, he couldn't touch it. Chapter 4205. Stop. Seeing that the god power centipede was unable to approach the mirror, Xiao Hua ordered. He then looked at the mountain peak in the distance and pointed behind him. "Let's fly there." "Yes." The god power centipede turned around and flew in the direction it came from. Not long after, in front of Xiao Hua's eyes, in the horizon, there was also a towering mountain peak. It was exactly the same as what he saw before. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and ordered the god power centipede to stop. After waiting for a while, sure enough, behind Xiao Hua, there was the sound of beasts roaring. Xiao Hua turned around and saw that it was the group of beasts from before that was chasing after him like a flood. "Hee hee." Xiao Hua sneered. "Although this Xiao has no sense of direction, I won't get lost in this short 100 li. It seems like this towering mountain peak should be the center of Chaotian Tower. No matter who comes in, no matter where they fly, they will eventually reach the vicinity of this mountain peak. Let's go." Since Xiao Hua understood, he ordered the god power centipede to fly forward. After flying for a few hours, the scenery below Xiao Hua didn't change much. Other than the desolate mountain range, there were forests everywhere. Similarly, there were some strange birds and beasts that didn't have eyes and attacked. When they flew closer, Xiao Hua saw that this towering mountain peak wasn't a mountain peak, but a huge pagoda. This huge pagoda was bigger than all the other mountains Xiao Hua had seen before. Not only did the huge pagoda give people a feeling of awe-inspiring majesty, but it also emitted an aura that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind, covering an area of 1,000 li. Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and was stunned. It wasn't only because of the huge golden sand under the pagoda, it wasn't only because the huge pagoda in the mirror was connected to the top of this huge pagoda, it was also because of the huge pagoda's appearance that shocked Xiao Hua. Because this enormous pagoda was divided into 9 levels. When the eaves of each level extended out, it was like a blooming lotus. The 9 levels of eaves of the pagoda were 9 levels of Buddhist lotuses. The entire enormous pagoda actually looked exactly the same as Xiao Hua's exquisite derivation pagoda. While Xiao Hua was surprised, he also had some understanding. Since Stone Giant was able to chant Namo Mettria Buddha, then, the exquisite Great Development Pagoda that recorded the exquisite leaf scripture appearing here was not particularly strange. Xiao Hua sized up this colossal pagoda with interest, but he saw that there was something he had never seen before on top of the pagoda. Every level of the pagoda was engraved with images of heavenly maidens, heavenly dragons, heavenly flowers, and other Buddhist kingdoms. Between these images of Buddhist kingdoms, there were countless fine golden runes. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the golden runes, and the entire Buddhist kingdom was imprinted into his mind. The image of Buddhas sitting cross-legged and chanting sutras also appeared in his mind. Even in this world, the ethereal chanting of sutras could be heard. When it reached Xiao Hua's ears, it turned into the name of Namo Mettria Buddha. Buddha Subhuti should have come. Looking at the boundless glory of the towering pagoda, Xiao Hua sighed slightly and said with a smile, "If that little monk who has already become a great master came here and chanted the Buddhist sutras, there would definitely be Buddhist lotuses surging from the ground and flowers descending from the sky, and he would be led into this pagoda." When Xiao Hua thought of this, suddenly, the ethereal Buddhist chants suddenly became louder. Like an earth-shattering thunderbolt, they surged over from all directions. Then, Buddhist clouds appeared even more abruptly in the sky and pressed down on Xiao Hua. One leaf, one body, one flower, one world. Xiao Hua naturally understood this very well, and when the Buddhist clouds fell, he even more vividly displayed the meaning of this Buddhist scripture. Every wisp of cloud contained the power of dragons and elephants, and every Buddhist cloud also had the weight of tens of thousands of mountain ranges. Xiao Hua formed a Buddhist seal with his hands and chanted Namo Mettria Buddha. Then, the power of mountains, stars, and karma all followed the Buddhist seal and struck out. The Buddhist clouds surged, and layers of Buddhist shadows flashed. All kinds of heavenly dragons and yakshas also came to support. In an instant, the Buddhist clouds within 100 miles of Xiao Hua were swept away, and even the Buddhist chants disappeared without a trace. It was a secluded world. Namo Mettria Buddha, Namo Mettria Buddha. Just as the Buddhist clouds disappeared, the endless sound of thunder appeared out of thin air again. The distant exquisite derivation pagoda also let out a rumbling sound. Woo! Within the thunderous roar, endless Buddhist clouds drifted down even faster than the falling snow. Between each cloud, there was a minor thousand realm. Damn it! Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He had been cultivating Buddhism. How could he not know the power of the Buddhist sect's devil-subduing technique? Seeing the exquisite derivation pagoda using the power of countless small worlds to suppress him, how could he dare to resist? Xiao Hua used his foot to tap the divine power centipede, indicating that it should fly to the ground. Sure enough, as the divine power centipede fell, the suppressive force became weaker and weaker. When it really landed on the ground, all the Buddhist clouds and Buddhist chants disappeared without a trace. Although Xiao Hua did not urge the divine power centipede to get close to the pagoda, he found that the pagoda was not far in front of him. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He did not get down from the divine power centipede's back and was in a hurry to enter the pagoda. He only looked at the half-closed pagoda door in the distance and thought to himself. If he had not entered the heavenly prison, he could only sigh in amazement and admire such a mysterious method. Now that he had cultivated to the Mahayana stage, his strength was comparable to a tribulation passing stage cultivator. Even, there was a tendency to surpass them. Moreover, he had a certain understanding of the domain and the power of space. It was easy for him to arrange such a formation. However, if there was no magic power fluctuation, no Buddhist light, and no worldly smoke, he admitted that he was far from being able to do it. If I'm not wrong, this pagoda should be set up by Jiang Liu's previous life. Even the whole Chao Tian Palace was set up by him. But, why did he set up such a big formation? Was it to suppress something? Or to protect something? The remains of Jiang Liu's previous life? Or the Sarira he left behind? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was shocked and almost slapped his forehead with regret. Damn it, If this pagoda really enshrines the Surya of Jiang Liu's previous life, why did I have to send him to the Jinshan temple? Wouldn't it be better to keep him in the space? Not only would he not have to go to the Nirvana to seek scriptures, but he would also be able to obtain his Surya here and achieve Buddhist enlightenment. Xiao Hua was filled with regret. He hurriedly urged the God Power Centipede to enter the pagoda. However, at this moment, behind Xiao Hua, a huge cloud of dust rose. Tens of thousands of beasts rushed over like a flood, causing the entire earth to shake. Hee. Hearing the sound of countless beasts shaking the earth, Xiao Hua's mind moved again. I'm thinking too much. If what Tunchen said is true, then this pagoda is the core of the Chao Tian Palace. Every 100 or 1,000 years, there will be beasts with divine power coming here to look for opportunities. If Jiang Liu's previous life wanted to enshrine the Surya, how could he be so flamboyant? If that seven-colored light was the Surya, I'm afraid it would have been swallowed by the beasts long ago. Moreover, since Daoist Longzi and Daoist Phoenix Body have fallen here, how can I easily obtain the Surya? Forget it, let's go in first. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's figure landed on the ground. He raised his hand and put the divine power centipede into the space, then stepped towards the pagoda. Namo Metria Buddha, Namo Metria Buddha. As Xiao Hua approached the pagoda, the sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures became louder and louder. This sound was like a thunderclap in the ears of the beasts, but in Xiao Hua's ears, it was like a chill in the hot summer. Xiao Hua slightly closed his eyes and put his palms together. He also chanted, Namo Metria Buddha. A strange thing happened. A faint Buddhist lotus bloomed under Xiao Hua's feet. It was Xiao Hua's 8th stage. Xiao Hua understood in his heart. He closed his eyes and sincerely chanted the exquisite Leaf Sutra. As he chanted word by word, Buddhist lotuses gushed out of Xiao Hua's mouth. These Buddhist lotuses fell right under Xiao Hua's feet. Although Xiao Hua did not open his eyes, these Buddhist lotuses formed a small path to the sky that led straight to the top of the pagoda. Xiao Hua's exquisite Leaf Sutra was divided into 9 layers. At this time, he was still missing 2 pieces of gold leaf and could not complete the exquisite Leaf Sutra. Therefore, when Xiao Hua finished chanting the complete 7th layer of the Buddhist Sutra, the 8th and 9th layers still had incomplete scriptures. He also stopped chanting. When he opened his eyes, there was a half-closed pagoda door in front of him. However, this pagoda door was precisely on the 8th layer of the pagoda, and below him, a lotus path concealed in Buddhist clouds emitted a dazzling Buddhist light under the sunlight. At this time, an uncountable number of wild beasts had already rushed to the front of the pagoda and surrounded the area of several 100 miles. A group of wild beasts roared on the ground and raised their heads, wanting to attack Xiao Hua. Those strange birds with wings also flapped their wings, wanting to fly high, but they were all suppressed by the Buddhist cloud. There were even some clever beasts that wanted to jump up the Buddhist lotuses that were close at hand. Unfortunately, when their bodies landed on the Buddhist lotuses, those Buddhist lotuses seemed to be invisible and could not support them at all. The beasts' bodies fell to the ground again. Namo Metria Buddha. Xiao Hua looked at everything in front of him and the corners of his mouth slightly smiled. He stepped onto the pagoda and stepped through the half-closed pagoda door. Behind the pagoda door was a space covered in Buddhist light. Apart from the faint sound of a wooden fish, there was nothing else. Xiao Hua stepped in and his Buddhist sense swept through without hesitation. A very strange scene occurred. Every time the Buddhist consciousness swept across an inch of space, various Buddhist phenomena would appear within that inch of space. There were white elephants playing in the water, peacocks singing, commoners worshipping Buddha, and tens of thousands of monks chanting. It was as if the space within the pagoda contained the infinite mysteries of the Buddhist sect, and it was also as if the Buddhist light had given birth to many small worlds. Chapter 4206. Xiao Hua couldn't help but frown when he saw the phenomenon of the Buddhist kingdom. Because along the way, the phenomenon of the Buddhist kingdom was too frequent. It was somewhat contrary to the Buddhist sect's Buddhist heart. This space was originally a part of the Buddhist pagoda. Leaving such a restriction in the Buddhist sense was indeed a bit artificial. Therefore, Xiao Hua's footsteps were somewhat hesitant. He only hesitated for a few breaths. As the Buddhist sense swept through, there were actually some gaps. Between the gaps, there was actually a flash of scarlet. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. Lightning immediately appeared around his body, and his figure quickly retreated. Rumble. Amidst the thunder, Xiao Hua's figure flashed a few 100 feet. However, behind Xiao Hua didn't appear the door that he had just stepped into. Instead, there was a space of Buddhist light. This space of Buddhist light seemed to be boundless. Roar! Xiao Hua's figure had just swept away. Just a few 100 feet in front of him, a lion's roar resounded. A bloody mouth that enveloped the entire space of Buddhist light appeared between heaven and earth. Catcher! With a loud sound, it was as if the entire world had closed. That big mouth closed in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. In particular, a powerful suction force emerged from that closed bloody mouth, intending to forcefully suck Xiao Hua into it. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his sleeve, a whirlwind soared into the sky, blocking the suction force. Crack crack. A burst of crisp sounds rang out. Cracks appeared in the space of a few 100 meters to the left. The two gusts of wind were so strong that they tore the space apart. After the space was torn apart, a ferocious yellow lion's head appeared. The several 100 feet large head emitted an indescribable ferocious aura. A pair of slightly surprised beastly eyes stared at Xiao Hua. Roar! What are you? An extremely rude and intrepid voice resounded in Xiao Hua's mind. You can actually come to the 8th floor of the Tongtian Pagoda? How come I have never seen you before? Chimpate. Xiao Hua coldly snorted and replied, this old man. Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua could finish speaking, an extremely obscure movement arose once more from the space around Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua didn't have the time to finish speaking before his figure retreated swiftly once more. Ka! Another crisp sound rang out. Another lion head similar to the one in front of Xiao Hua appeared near the space where he was standing. Once again, it opened its murderous fangs and bit towards Xiao Hua's figure. Since Xiao Hua was already vigilant, how could he fall into the trap? As he retreated, he rubbed his hands together. Streaks of lightning were produced from his body and struck the lion's head and mouth. Even the space around him was filled with lightning. Woo! At the place where the lightning landed, a yellow sandstorm suddenly appeared in the lion's mouth. This sandstorm was very powerful. It rushed into the lightning and dissipated it in a moment. Xiao Hua's hasty thunderstorm was actually unable to injure the lion's head. Not only that, after a few breaths of time, ka. The sound of teeth gnawing suddenly rang out. 9 lion heads rushed out from within the Buddhist light, and each of them wanted to swallow Xiao Hua into their stomachs. Xiao Hua was also very powerful. Every time the lightning flashed, he would escape from the man-eating lion's mouth in a flash. Damn it, this is the 9-headed Lion King. After dodging 9 attacks in succession, Xiao Hua suddenly came to an understanding, and he pondered in his heart. This fellow is the guardian of the 8th floor of the pagoda, and he wants to devour all the primeval cosmos beasts that enter the pagoda. Seeing the 9 lion heads that he had just dodged appear out of thin air, 9 pairs of fierce eyes staring at Xiao Hua sneered, "The 9-headed Lion King is only SOSO. With such means, you dare to guard the 8th floor of the pagoda?" As soon as Xiao Hua's voice fell, the eyes of the 9 lion heads revealed a look of ridicule. Then, within a few 100 feet of Xiao Hua, the wind and clouds bulged, and the Buddhist light in the left and right space instantly disappeared. The entire space was distorted, and a lion mouth that could almost fill the entire space appeared around Xiao Hua's body. Then, the lion mouth closed, trapping Xiao Hua's body in the lion's mouth. It was not until this time that Xiao Hua woke up. This was not the 9-headed Lion King, but the 10-headed Lion King that he had never heard of. The previous 9 lion mouths were just a trick to lure him out of his hole. They wanted to force him into the mouth of the 10th lion head, and the 10th lion head would be hidden in the Buddhist light space for the final kill. Seeing that the 10th lion head had already imprisoned the entire space, and he had unknowingly fallen into the mouth of the 10th lion, Xiao Hua did not panic at all. He slightly raised his hand, holding the wishful steel staff in his hand, and shouted, "Grow, grow, grow." The wishful steel staff followed Xiao Hua's mantra and grew with the wind. In a moment, it turned into an iron staff that was hundreds of feet long and several feet thick. Catcher, ah! Seeing the wishful steel staff crash into a slightly gloomy place in the space with Xiao Hua's thoughts, he heard a crisp sound, followed by a heart-wrenching roar of a beast. A hill-like sharp tooth fell from mid-air, followed by a rain of blood falling like a rain of blood. Ao ao! In mid-air, with a burst of howls, the last head of the 10-headed Lion King appeared in mid-air. This head was much smaller than the previous 9 heads, but it was emitting an even more ferocious aura. However, this fierce aura was washed away by the pain of the teeth being knocked out by Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff, and it seemed a little embarrassed. The other 9 lion heads floating in mid-air also showed a painful expression. Roar! The embarrassment of the Lion King only lasted for a few breaths. A kind of valiance was born from the lion's face again, but in the space near Xiao Hua, a huge whirlwind suddenly appeared. This whirlwind condensed into a solid thunder silk, completely wrapping Xiao Hua's body. The thunder silk and the whirlwind formed a spiral passage, and in this whirlwind passage, there was a suction force that pulled Xiao Hua in. Xiao Hua sneered. He now knew that he was in the mouth of the Lion King. If there was no accident, this passage should lead to the Lion King's abdomen. He really didn't understand. He could knock out the Lion King's teeth with the wishful steel staff. Was the Lion King not afraid that he would fall into its abdomen and smash its internal organs? Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, rumble. The thunder and wind fell. The thunder rushed into Xiao Hua's defense and disappeared, but the wind was extremely powerful. It blew away the brilliance of Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua pondered a little and decided to go with the flow. His body produced the sound of thunder. Rumble. The same thunder surged out of his body. Not only did it absorb the thunder, but it also blocked the wind. At this time, his figure also fell into the Lion King's abdomen. The end of the passage was also a space, but there was no Buddha's light here. The upper level of the space was where the wind and thunder were rampant, and the lower level of the space was a stinky and sour liquid. Xiao Hua's figure had just fallen into the space, and the sound of wind and thunder was loud. Endless thunder and invisible wind blew down from the upper level of the space, crazily attacking Xiao Hua. Heh. Ancient beast, nothing more than this. When Xiao Hua was in the Copper Pillar country, he had already fallen into the stomach of a monster race. At this time, he fell into the stomach of the 10-headed Lion King, and he did not feel strange. Moreover, he also fell into the Lion King's scheme. He wanted to see if there were any traces of Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and Phoenix Body Xiao Hua in the Lion King's stomach. Since there were no auras of the 2 clones here, Xiao Hua did not feel that he was not the Lion King's opponent. While speaking, Xiao Hua waved his hands. Rumble. 10,000 thunderbolts stabbed into the air like antlers. The sound of thunder was even more devastating than the sound of wind and thunder of the Lion King. Xiao Hua's thunder rolled back and instantly destroyed the Lion King's wind and thunder. Then, it rushed to the upper level of the space and killed the wind and thunder from before. Ao! A huge and oppressive lion roar came from outside the space. Soon after, the entire space shook violently. The acid in the lower level of the space rushed into the air like a monstrous wave. ZZZ. Before the acid landed on Xiao Hua's body, an ear-piercing sound came from the space. The thunder and wind that were not completely annihilated before were actually melted by the acid. Seeing that the acid was able to corrode the space and create cracks, Xiao Hua finally understood the power of the strange beast. However, he was not nervous at all. He raised his hand and took out the clear water bottle from his Niwen palace. Then, he made a Buddhist seal and the innate pure water turned into a thin layer of protection around his body. When the acid fell into the innate pure water, it did not even make a ZZZ sound and disappeared without a sound. Ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed and said, "What other tricks do you have? You can take them out and try." "You, what are you?" The Lion King was clearly aware of the situation in his stomach. Seeing that Xiao Hua's Imperial Thunder technique was able to destroy his wind and thunder power, and that his most powerful acid was unable to do anything to him. Moreover, that innate pure water also contained his elusive aura. He could not help but feel extremely regretful and surprise. "First, tell me what you are." Xiao Hua was not in a hurry. He waved the wishful staff in his hand and asked softly as if he was demonstrating his power. I, your father, have underestimated you. The 10-headed Lion King was clearly an untamed master. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't answer, his temper grew. He threw his fear to the side and coldly said, "How can someone who can defeat that little thing on the 7th floor be a little trash? I, your father, should not have been careless." Humph. Xiao Hua sneered. He knew that if he did not give the Lion King some power and hurt him, he would not be honest. Therefore, Xiao Hua simply did not ask any more questions. The magical power in his body surged, and a layer of bronze brilliance appeared on the surface of his body. At the same time, the heavenly law embodiment technique was displayed. Along with the wave of Xiao Hua's hands, the icicle flame that he had not used for a long time turned into a sea of fire in a moment. It rushed out from the innate pure water and burned towards the wind and thunder in the space above. Chapter 4207. In the hands of Chiyu City's Luan family, Lingyinju flame was only a refining flame. Even under the so-called fire control technique, it was only a fire-controlling technique of Xiaoyu continent. However, in Xiao Hua's hands, it was different. Xiao Hua had already obtained fire, metal, wood, and earth, these 4 types of essences. With these 4 essences entering his body, Lingyinju flame also triggered a mutation. This mutated Lingyinju flame was already very different from the refining flame from before. Although it was not as powerful as the 4-colored spiritual fire, it had already surpassed the scope of fire-controlling technique of the Xiuzhen world. The instant Lingyinju flame was born, the space outside the innate true water became scarlet red. When the acid that could even melt thunder touched the Lingyinju flame, a sizzling sound of explosion was produced between the two. Waves of space ripples were revealed amidst the explosion and spread in all directions. Not only that, an even larger area of the sea of fire rushed into the wind and thunder. Pa 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 pa. Just like a bubble bursting, whether it was the thunder or the wind, they were all blown up by the Lingyinju flame. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be about to collapse. Not only was there a violent vibration, countless explosions were produced continuously. An indescribable aura of destruction filled the entire space. You. The 10-headed Lion King was somewhat stuttering. It had just urged the wind and thunder to fall, but it was like cold water poured into a hot oil pan, causing even more explosions. Just as it was about to open its mouth to say a few words, Xiao Hua's golden body had already taken shape. Xiao Hua waved his 2 fists. Not only did he drive the innate true water, he also stirred up the Lingyinju flame. Following his huge fists, the Lingyinju flame rushed straight into the air. Hong! A muffled sound resounded. Wind and thunder splashed chaotically above Xiao Hua's head. The entire space suddenly became quiet, and then it trembled even more violently. There was no need for Xiao Hua to attack a second time. The 10-headed Lion King painfully begged for mercy. You, quickly spare your father. His grandmother, still calling yourself father? Xiao Hua finally understood why the heaven-devouring beast called itself father. Because these strange beasts simply did not know the meaning of father. Hong! Xiao Hua coldly snorted. He punched the Lion King's head again and transmitted his voice. In front of this old man, you are only worthy of being called little. Yes, this little one knows his wrongs, please spare my life. The bodies of the 10 Lion Kings were curled up into a ball within the space. How could they dare to say a single word? As it begged for mercy, it opened its mouth wide and said, "This lowly one doesn't dare to stop me. Please come out and head to the 9th floor. What old man? Xiao Hua felt particularly awkward when he heard this. He berated, "Call me Daoist Master Xiao." Yes, Spiritual Master Xiao. The 10 Lion Kings hurriedly answered, but just as they finished speaking, they were stunned. What? You are also Daoist Master Xiao? Why does it seem different from the previous 2 Daoist Xiaos? Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He withdrew his avatar and asked, "You've seen 2 Xiao Zhenren before? How are they?" "Yes. They are very powerful. After they reached here and defeated me, they stepped into the 9th floor. The 10-headed Lion King replied. "As for what happened to them, I don't know. Unless I can defeat you and enter the 9th level, otherwise, I have no idea what the 9th level is like. Of course, if they were unable to defeat the 9th level, they would remain on the 9th level. As long as you leave this place and go to the 9th level, you will be able to see them. Seems like what Devouring Heaven said was right. Fellow Daoist Dragon Bloodline and fellow Daoist Phoenix Body have both arrived at Chao Tien Tower. Xiao Hua thought to himself, however, I'm afraid that they don't understand the exquisite leaf scripture and fought their way here from the first floor of this pagoda. Since this Xiao found the right place, then that's good. That Devouring Heaven did not deceive this Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua did not speak, the 10-headed Lion King was somewhat nervous. He whispered, Daoist Master Xiao, are you not going to the 9th level to find them? No hurry. Xiao Hua said indifferently, this old man has a few questions to ask. If you answer them honestly, this old man will consider leaving. Otherwise, this old man will stay here. Every day when you are happy, you will set fire to it. Every day when you are unhappy, you will use your fist to smash it a few times. What? The 10-headed Lion King became anxious. Why are you always angry at me whether you are happy or not? Who asked you to swallow this old man? Xiao Hua said coldly. All right. If you have any questions, just ask. This little one will definitely answer. The 10-headed Lion King was helpless. He could only lower his head and admit defeat. Xiao Hua asked a few questions. They were all about Chao Tien Tower, pagoda, and Great Desolate Continent. What the 10-headed Lion King said was similar to what Devouring Heaven said. However, the 10-headed Lion King's strength was clearly stronger than Devouring Heaven. Therefore, he knew more than Devouring Heaven. For example, although the Great Desolate World was vast and boundless, the places where great desolate strange beasts could survive were only a few 100 million li away. If one went to other places, the environment would be even worse. Ordinary great desolate strange beasts would not be able to survive. Of course, the 10-headed Lion King did not know if there were even more powerful great desolate strange beasts. The 10-headed Lion King knew that within a few 100 million li, there were countless experts. The most powerful ones might be a few. One of them was the one that Xiao Hua and Devouring Heaven met earlier. The other few were tens of millions of li away. What kind of great desolate strange beasts were these few powerful experts? The 10-headed Lion King did not know. One moment, they said it was a big eagle. The next moment, they said it was a lion. The next moment, they said it was an elephant leopard. In short, the 10-headed Lion King had never seen it before. Everything was just hearsay. As for Chao Tien Tower, the 10-headed Lion King was the same as Devouring Heaven. They did not know how it appeared. They only knew that there was some kind of opportunity here. They could obtain weapons that could increase their strength. And strength was the only way to survive in the Great Desolate World. Therefore, any great desolate strange beasts who heard this news would risk their lives to come to Chao Tien Tower to look for weapons. The 10-headed Lion King's strength was not bad. This time, when he saw the 7-colored light soaring into the sky, he immediately flew out of the cave. He killed many strange beasts along the way and arrived in front of the pagoda. The pagoda was divided into 9 floors. Each floor had a strange beast guarding the pagoda. Only by defeating the strange beast could one step into the next floor. Otherwise, one would have to stay on this floor and let the strange beast guarding the pagoda go to the next floor. The 10-headed Lion King defeated 7 strange beasts that came in first and reached the 8th floor. The 8th floor was an incomparably huge stone cliff beast. The 10-headed Lion King was not its opponent. When he was defeated, the stone cliff beast stepped into the 9th floor of the pagoda. Of course, the 10-headed Lion King did not know what the stone cliff beast encountered on the 9th floor, or whether the stone cliff beast was on the 9th floor. This was because the dragon vein Xiao Hua, the phoenix body Xiao Hua, and even the great desolate 5 little beasts had stepped on his failure and entered the 9th floor. The 10-headed Lion King could only be the strange beast guarding the 8th floor. Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this from the 10-headed Lion King's stomach. He did not know much from the 10-headed Lion King's mouth. The 10-headed Lion King's journey to Chao Tien Tower was his starting point. The 10-headed Lion King's journey to Chao Tien Tower had no meaning to him. After hearing the 10-headed Lion King's words, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He asked again, "Do you know about devouring heaven?" Devouring heaven? The 10-headed Lion King was stunned. It seemed to think for a moment before replying, "This lowly one does not know who devouring heaven is." Xiao Hua frowned. He also thought for a moment. With a smile on his face, he described devouring heaven's appearance. Sure enough, the 10-headed Lion King laughed and said, "Now that you have said it, I know. It is that gluttonous thing. He is actually called devouring heaven. He can actually eat the sky." Xiao Hua nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the 10-headed Lion King laughed again and said, "This guy is rather strange. He used to eat meat. Later on, I don't know what happened, but he suddenly became a vegetarian. That's why the Black Jade Chelene and the others bullied him quite a bit." At this point, Xiao Hua already knew that the Black Jade Donkey, Golden Toad, 5-colored Stupid Chicken, Black and White Stinky Turtle, and Little White Stinky Cat were actually the Black Jade Chelene, Golden Toad, 5-colored Peacock, Black and White Tortoise, and Black Sky White Tiger. However, the great desolate 5 little beasts bullied devouring heaven. Devouring heaven could not beat them, so it called them so unbearable. "All right. This old man has finished asking. This old man is going out." Xiao Hua finally said the words that the 10-headed Lion King was bitterly waiting for. The 10-headed Lion King hurriedly and happily transmitted his voice. "Where are you? Don't move, this little one will spit you out." Xiao Hua transmitted his voice and withdrew his innate true water and other divine abilities. His figure stood still in midair. A ripple appeared in the space where Xiao Hua was at. The wind and thunder above his head and Swanue below his feet gradually disappeared. Following layers of halos that were like molting skin brushed off, that indifferent Buddhist aura that was like clear water once again revealed itself from behind these halos, and the 9 lion heads from before had now shrunk again. A 10-headed Lion King that was similar to Xiao Hua's figure stood in front of Xiao Hua submissively, and behind that Lion King, another seemingly ordinary flight of stairs was laid out in midair. Xiao Hua glanced at the 10-headed Lion King, pointed at the flight of stairs and said, "This old man can just go up. Yes, you can reach the 9th floor of the pagoda by stepping on this flight of stairs." The 10-headed Lion King hurriedly replied, but his voice was filled with envy. Xiao Hua nodded. His figure had already arrived in front of the flight of stairs. But at this moment, Xiao Hua turned his head to look at the 10-headed Lion King, smiled and transmitted his voice. "This old man is leaving, but what about you? Could it be that you want to be the guardian beast of the pagoda for the rest of your life?" Although the 10-headed Lion King was an ancient beast and had an unruly nature, this did not mean that he did not know the concern in Xiao Hua's voice. Of course, the so-called ancient beasts also had an innate admiration for the strong. At this moment, hearing Xiao Hua's question, he hurriedly transmitted his voice respectfully, "You don't have to worry. When the weapons of Chao Tien Tower are taken away this time, the entire Chao Tien Tower will be reopened. This little one, who is waiting in the pagoda, can also withdraw from Chao Tien Tower." Good. Xiao Hua transmitted his voice and landed on the flight of stairs. The Buddhist aura on the flight of stairs rolled up, and Xiao Hua's figure immediately disappeared. Chapter 4208. Roar. Behind Xiao Hua, the 10 Lion Kings opened their mouths at the same time. As they roared, the Buddhist light in the entire space shook, like a candle in the wind. In just a moment, the figures of the 10 Lion Kings were hidden in the Buddhist light again. Presumably, they were waiting for another prehistoric beast to step into the 8th floor of the pagoda. Xiao Hua was inside the Buddhist light, and he could vaguely feel the sullenness and anger of the 10 Lion Kings. After all, the 10 Lion Kings were subdued by him before they could fully display their magical powers. His heart was inevitably unsatisfied, but who told the 10 Lion Kings to be too calculative, wanting to swallow the newcomer into their stomachs as soon as they came up? As the Buddhist light on Xiao Hua's body disappeared, a space that was exactly the same as the 8th floor of the pagoda appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. However, in this space, apart from a stone step, there were no prehistoric beast. It's a bit strange. Xiao Hua's figure appeared, and he immediately frowned. At the same time, his Buddhist sense also swept over like a stream. Ouch! However, before Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense could sweep out 100 feet, a very slight numbing feeling came from his feet. Xiao Hua was very surprised and swept his Buddhist sense under his feet, but he saw that there was actually a very small mosquito buzzing above his feet. Seeing that it was a mosquito, Xiao Hua's heart relaxed. In his vague memory, it seemed that he was bitten by many mosquitoes when he was a child. It was only a moment of relaxation, but Xiao Hua's heart immediately tightened. If it was the Xiaoyu continent or the hidden immortal continent, he might be able to ignore mosquitoes, but what was this place? The mysterious prehistoric continent was comparable to the existence of the unknown upper realm. A mosquito absolutely could not be ignored. Moreover, there were no prehistoric beasts in this 9th floor of the pagoda. Maybe this mosquito was the prehistoric beast guarding the pagoda. Sure enough, on Xiao Hua's well-tempered body, a soybean-sized lump instantly appeared on his feet. Then, the lump gave birth to an unbearable itch, and it spread along Xiao Hua's feet to his legs and other part. Xiao Hua almost naturally stretched out his hand, wanting to scratch the itch. Xiao Hua's right hand only extended a few inches before he forcefully pulled it back. His magic power surged and a spell landed on his feet along with his right hand. It would have been fine if Xiao Hua hadn't used his magic power, but under the urging of his magic power, that soybean-sized lump had actually sunk in. Then, with that lump as the center, Xiao Hua's foot began to fester. Moreover, that itchiness became even more intense. Oh my God! Xiao Hua was startled. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a stream of samadhi true fire. He wanted to burn off the surface of his body. Heh. At this moment, a weak but arrogant voice sounded, "Little thing, just surrender yourself. Not to mention you, even the Skizhaze beast would not be able to escape from my palm." Chimpage. Xiao Hua sneered. Seeing that under the true samadhi fire, the collapsed surface of his body was starting to recover, he relaxed in his heart and transmitted his voice, "You're just a little mosquito, how dare you be so arrogant? What kind of divine ability do you have? It was just a sneak attack when this old man wasn't paying attention." Ha ha! That mosquito flapped its wings and disappeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. When it reappeared, it was already several hundred feet away. The mosquito also sneered, "What do you know? Don't look at me as just a mosquito. I've lived the longest on this desolate continent. Even the Black Jade Chelene and the others are my juniors." "Hehe, you actually know that you're a junior and a senior," Xiao Hua replied. "Seems like compared to those ignorant desolate beasts, you're a bit." Just as he said this, the itchiness on Xiao Hua's feet once again flared up. It even had the tendency to rush up to his knees. Xiao Hua was once again startled. He hurriedly pondered in his mind, wanting to find a way to get rid of this strange itchiness. Hee. That mosquito laughed proudly. "Don't think of any way. You'd better surrender quickly and let me fly out of this pagoda. Maybe I'll let you live." Before the mosquito's voice fell, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and spat out a stream of cold flame, burning it towards the mosquito. Boom! Seeing that the several feet space around the mosquito was shrouded in flames, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and swept it towards the flames. However, the situation in front of him was beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. Without waiting for his Buddhist sense to sweep over, the flame that was several feet in size suddenly converged towards a black spot. Without using any Buddhist sense, Xiao Hua's naked eye could clearly see that the frigid flame was actually sucked into the mosquito's stomach. Damn it! Seeing the mosquito's magical ability, Xiao Hua immediately thought of the strange insect he encountered before. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then, what made Xiao Hua even more shocked was that when his Buddhist sense landed on the mosquito's body, a strange biting force was also born, tearing apart several pieces of Buddhist sense from his Buddhist sense. Even in Xiao Hua's mudpill palace, he could actually hear the sound of his Buddhist sense being chewed and swallowed by the mosquito. This mosquito is really strange. Xiao Hua hurriedly thought of a countermeasure. How did Daoist Long Mai and Daoist Phoenix Body break through here? Or perhaps when they came, this mosquito didn't appear yet. While he was thinking, he saw the festering area on his feet was increasingly expanding, and there were layers of tiny bubbles emerging from the festering area. These bubbles swallowed the light protecting his body, and even swallowed the fluctuations of magic power. It seemed that this wasn't something that could be controlled by Daoist magic. Namo Metria Buddha. Xiao Hua chanted the name of Buddha, and his hands formed a Buddhist seal. After pondering for a moment, a clear heart incantation slowly came out of his mouth, and the Buddhist light fell on his feet along with the Buddhist seal. He felt a burst of coolness coming from his feet, and the festering area gradually began to heal. However, in just a few breaths, the bubbles became increasingly turbulent, and even swallowed the Buddhist light. Even if Xiao Hua urged his mind power, the collapse still couldn't be stopped. Xiao Hua's mind had already spun a few times, and thought of several unusual secret techniques, but obviously, they couldn't deal with this strange mosquito attack. Seeing that the Buddhist light was ineffective, Xiao Hua suddenly patted his head, raised his hand, and took out several medicinal pills from the space, crushed them with both hands, and sprinkled them on his feet. Similar to the Buddhist light, when the medicinal pills fell on his feet, they only stopped the collapse for a moment, and then the speed of the collapse accelerated again. Wang wang. At this moment, a rumbling sound came in front of Xiao Hua, and he saw that the mosquito that had just absorbed the cold flame and Buddhist sense suddenly swayed, as if Xiao Hua's eyes were playing tricks on him. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of mosquitoes appeared one after another, and in a moment, they turned into a black cloud of mosquitoes, pouncing on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was shocked, and his figure hurriedly flew away, fleeing into the distance. He couldn't even deal with a poisonous mosquito bite. If he was stung by this group of mosquitoes, how would he deal with it? Rumble. At the same time that Xiao Hua's figure fled, the power of thunder also fell out of thin air. However, in the lightning, although many mosquitoes exploded into nothingness, at the same time, many more mosquitoes appeared, and even more mosquitoes chased after Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua felt like he had overreached himself. Damn it! How did fellow Daoist dragon bloodline and fellow Daoist phoenix body defeat these disgusting mosquitoes? Xiao Hua was flustered and exasperated. He was clear in his heart that since his two doppelgangers could defeat these mosquitoes, there was no reason for him to lose. However, the problem was that Xiao Hua knew a lot of secret techniques, and he couldn't remember what divine ability dragon bloodline Xiao Hua and phoenix body Xiao Hua use. Innate primordial water. Xiao Hua's mind lit up, and he pondered, this mysterious continent lacks water element heaven-earth origin chi. Presumably these mosquitoes rarely see innate primordial water, maybe they can kill it. Thinking, Xiao Hua released the innate primordial water again. Swoosh. The innate primordial water protected Xiao Hua's body, blocking the circle of mosquitoes 100 feet away. When Xiao Hua looked down at his feet again, his entire foot began to fester, and the bubbles were spreading up his calf. Hey! This is innate primordial water. I haven't seen water for a long time. At this time, the mosquito's voice suddenly sounded, and somewhat faintly fell into Xiao Hua's Niwen palace. However, Xiao Hua didn't pay too much attention to it, because his attention was attracted by the situation outside the innate primordial water. Outside the innate primordial water, a group of mosquitoes rushed over. The innate primordial water, which could almost corrode everything and even block the 10 Lion Kings, was now food for the mosquitoes. Seeing the mosquitoes swallow the thin layer of innate primordial water, countless mosquitoes appeared out of thin air, and Xiao Hua didn't dare to use the innate primordial water again. He collected the innate primordial water, and his figure escaped again. However, before he left, Xiao Hua released his mind and divine sense again, wanting to collect the mosquitoes into the space. Xiao Hua was disappointed again. Although the mosquitoes were very small, they had their own consciousness, and Xiao Hua's mind couldn't collect them into the space. Gaga. Seeing that Xiao Hua's many methods were useless, the mosquito unconsciously became more arrogant, and its originally very soft voice now became louder. What other good things do you have? Take them out. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Whoosh. Before the mosquito's voice fell, a golden light flashed in the air, and Xiao Hua actually took out the soaring dragon shears. Although it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, Xiao Hua still had to give it a try. The result was not out of Xiao Hua's expectations. Under the golden light, all the mosquitoes were split into two halves, but the strange thing was, the two halves of the mosquitoes rolled in the air, and actually absorbed the magic power of the soaring dragon shears, and turned into two halves again. Xiao Hua completely understood that the mosquitoes were the same as the strange insect. They were all things that devoured magic power and chi of heaven and earth. If he didn't use magic power to make them explode, he was afraid that there was no other way, seeing that to deal with a mosquito, he had to use spiritual fire and other things. Xiao Hua was really unwilling in his heart. Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua and phoenix body Xiao Hua didn't have spiritual fire. Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua only had the heavenly dragon technique, and didn't have any magic tools. Phoenix body Xiao Hua only had the demonic arts of the demon clan, and also didn't have any magic tools. Chapter 4209. Ouch! Xiao Hua's mind lit up when he thought of this. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and the water butterfly flew out from the space. As soon as the water butterfly flew out, a whirlwind appeared in the space. Water ripples appeared in the whirlwind and swept over the mosquitoes. What? What is this? The mosquitoes' loud voices instantly weakened. Hundreds of mosquitoes fell into the whirlwind and were swallowed by the water butterfly. Ha ha, everything has its vanquisher. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over it and he couldn't help laughing. Ever since this water-patterned butterfly had settled in his space, it had never come out, nor had it helped him. He didn't expect that this unknown little thing was actually the nemesis of mosquitoes. The mosquitoes began to collapse. Some of them even formed small groups to attack the water butterfly. However, the water butterfly had experienced the separation of yin and yang in the space and had lived in Xiao Hua's space for thousands of years. How could it still be the water butterfly of the past? While waving its wings to kill the mosquitoes, it also avoided the attacks of the mosquitoes and attracted all the mosquitoes from Xiao Hua's side to its side. Now that he had a way to deal with mosquitoes, Xiao Hua calmed down and looked at his feet. At this time, one of his feet had already started to fester. A heart-piercing itch forced him to make up his mind to cut it off. Xiao Hua's heart tightened. He would rather believe the words of the mosquito that was known as the longest surviving mosquito on the great desolate continent. Its poison was definitely not that simple. Even if he cut off his entire leg, he might not be able to expel the poison from his body. Damn it, Daoist Longmai. Xiao Hua could not help but grumble again. However, this time, it was different from before. He seemed to have realized something and hurriedly waved his hand, causing a few drops of dragon cleansing liquid to fall on his feet. Sizzle. With an ear-piercing sound, the moment the dragon cleansing liquid fell on his festering body, tiny dragon-shaped lines immediately appeared. These dragon-shaped lines rushed into the air bubbles and instantly wiped them out. Moreover, no new air bubbles appeared where the air bubbles disappeared. This old man understands now. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. Fellow Daoist Longmai's body is condensed from dragon cleansing liquid. Of course, he's not afraid of mosquitoes. That fellow Daoist with the phoenix physique also had the bloodline of the demon race's supreme sage, so the mosquito didn't dare to provoke her. I'm afraid that my two clones swaggered up to the top of the pagoda from here, right? On the contrary, my main body was almost defeated by this mosquito. At this time, Xiao Hua had another kind of realization in his heart. He was already at the Grand Ascension stage, and he knew a lot of secret techniques. In fact, he even had a lot of spirit treasures in his space. However, he didn't have enough experience. Ordinary Grand Ascension stage cultivators would have to go through life and death trials and experience all kinds of dangers in the cultivation world. They would also have their own understanding of all kinds of beasts and secret techniques. That way, they would be able to find secret techniques and spirit medicines that were suitable for them to help them emerge victorious in some life and death battles. But the 20,000 years that Xiao Hua cultivated were all spent in the heavenly prison. How could he see the outside world? Moreover, the primitive continent was completely different from the hidden immortal continent. Although Xiao Hua had the water-patterned butterfly that could easily destroy enemies and the dragon cleansing liquid that could easily dispel the pattern poison, he didn't know about it and had to try for a long time to understand. It seems that the words of Confucian cultivators about reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles are not empty word. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion as he washed his feet with the precious dragon cleansing liquid. In just a moment, his feet that he wanted to chop off had already recovered. Looking at the mosquito swarm that Xiao Hua was at a loss of what to do, now that the water-patterned butterfly had wiped them out, leaving only one mosquito that was forced to flee in a sorry state by the water-patterned butterfly. A weak and anxious voice came, quickly take this thing. I'll let you pass, okay? Why should this old man take this thing? Xiao Hua smiled. The 10-headed Lion King of the 8th floor still wants to come to the 9th floor. If I eat you, won't it be just what it wants? 10-headed Lion King? The mosquito was slightly stunned. Why did he also come to the Imperial Palace? Then the mosquito said disdainfully, with his strength, reaching the 8th floor is already the peak, yet he still wants to go to the 9th floor. Ayo, I was wrong. I'll tell you a secret of the Imperial Palace. Can I trouble you to take this thing? Otherwise, even if he swallows me, you can only enter the top of the pagoda, and the primitive continent is short of an old man like me. Xiao Hua remembered that the mosquito had also asked him to surrender and nodded slightly. He took the water-patterned butterfly and said, "Tell me, if this old man is satisfied, this old man will let you go." That. Seeing Xiao Hua being so straightforward, the mosquito was embarrassed and transmitted, "Actually, it's not a secret. I only know that at the beginning, this place was a sea. I don't know when it started, but it actually became the Imperial Palace. This pagoda also seemed to be born in a day." "See?" Xiao Hua asked curiously, "Could it be that what you said before was true? There used to be water in the primitive continent." Of course. Hearing Xiao Hua's interest, the mosquito was overjoyed and said as if it was showing off, "In the past, this was the sea. The water was endless, and the sea beasts in the sea were innumerable. However, I don't know when it started, but everything started to change. The water was less, and the mountains were more, and they were taller. In the past, I was invincible, but now, there are many more beasts that are stronger than me. I don't even have a place to go." Looking at the mosquito's tiny body and thinking about the endless sea that it said, Xiao Hua slightly curled his lips and transmitted, "It's just the ordinary transformations of the sea and mulberry fields, it's not a secret. How about this? I want to know another secret." "All right, say it." The mosquito replied helplessly, "If I don't know, I don't have to answer." "You definitely know." Xiao Hua said very insidiously, "I want to ask, other than using more heaven and earth origin chi than you can bear to make you explode, other than your natural enemy, what other methods can kill you?" Although he couldn't see the situation on the mosquito's face, he couldn't hear the mosquito's voice and didn't see the mosquito's answer. Xiao Hua could already guess the embarrassment on the mosquito's face. "This secret, you definitely know." Xiao Hua asked indifferently, "Anyway, I have methods to kill you. Telling this secret to this old man isn't a big deal, right?" The mosquito seemed to have thought it through and replied, "If you swear and don't say anything else, I might consider it." Xiao Hua said resolutely, "I won't tell others, but I definitely won't swear. Moreover, you have to answer this question. There's nothing to consider." You. The mosquito looked at Xiao Hua, not knowing if he could read the insidiousness on Xiao Hua's face. After hesitating for a moment, he transmitted a few words with a faintly discernible voice. It was just a few words, but Xiao Hua frowned and even shook his head slightly. Obviously, the other methods to kill the mosquito were too harsh. "Forget it." Then, Xiao Hua nodded, "Whether what you said is correct or not, this old man will let you go. Thank you." The mosquito gave a rare thank you, flapped his wings and disappeared. Looking at the flickering Buddhist light in the space, Xiao Hua was too lazy to use his Buddhist sense to see where the mosquito was hiding. His figure flashed and landed on the steps. The steps rolled up the Buddhist light, and Xiao Hua's figure disappeared from the space of the 9th floor. When Xiao Hua appeared again, he was at the top of the pagoda. However, this time, it was somewhat different from what Xiao Hua saw under the pagoda. The mirror that was originally horizontally above his head was now horizontally erected in front of Xiao Hua. In the mirror, there was another Xiao Hua, looking handsome and confident, like a jade tree facing the wind. Damn it! Xiao Hua touched his nose and looked at the mirror. There's only one such peerless figure in the world. If there were two, it would be too much. But in the mirror, Xiao Hua was also saying the same thing and doing the same actions. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed, and a kind of vicissitudes of life appeared in his heart. Because if it was before, facing such a strange mirror, Xiao Hua might jump again and do some strange actions to see if the figure in the mirror could do the same. Xiao Hua might even punch and kick the mirror, and compete with himself in the mirror. But now, looking at the figure in front of him that was exactly the same as himself, this kind of thought flashed through his mind, and he was too lazy to do it. That Xiao Hua, who still had a child's heart, was getting farther and farther away from himself. I wonder if it's the vicissitudes of life, or the devil's nature entering the body, but as long as it was a mirror, it was inevitably an illusion. The best way to break this illusion was to take out something unique in this world, so that the illusion could not be transformed, or the thing transformed by the illusion would not have any real power. There were many such things in Xiao Hua's space, and if Xiao Hua casually took out something, the mirror might not be able to transform successfully. Go! Sure enough, as Xiao Hua took out the dream mirage butterfly, in the mirror, in the hand of the same handsome Xiao Hua, only the body of the dream mirage butterfly was revealed. Then, Xiao Hua used his hand to point at the dream mirage butterfly, and after the hand of the Xiao Hua in the mirror moved, his whole body began to jump, and even his mouth sang, "Little sister, you sit at the bow." Xiao Hua just used the dream mirage butterfly to make a simple illusion, and the mirror followed suit. The real Xiao Hua looked at the figure of Xiao Hua in the mirror, and the corner of his mouth slightly smiled. He took a deep breath, and the bronze brilliance on the surface of his body brightened. Then, the heavenly laws embodiment technique came out, and a 10,000 jong tall transcendence golden body appeared on the top of the pagoda. And this golden body in the illusion of the dream mirage butterfly did not appear in the mirror. Chapter 42:10. Now that the golden body was formed, Xiao Hua clenched his fists and punched the mirror in front of his head. Catcher! A crack appeared on the mirror, and then the crack turned into several thunderbolts that struck Xiao Hua's golden body. Boom boom boom! Xiao Hua was not afraid of the thunderbolts from the mirror at all. He waved his fists, but in a moment, the mirror was full of cracks. Finally, Xiao Hua waved his hand again, and the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand. It was as if the whole world was about to be stirred up. The shocking staff crossed the sky and fell into the center of the crack. Boom! The mirror could no longer withstand the heavy blow and broke uncontrollably under the wishful steel staff. In the broken area, the dancing shadow turned into fragments, just like a distant memory of Xiao Hua. The folk song in the countryside came to an abrupt end, like a knife cutting off water. Rumble! At the same time the mirror shattered, the entire world shook, and the pagoda beneath Xiao Hua shook violently as well. At the same time the mirror disappeared, another strange world appeared above Xiao Hua's head. This world was very similar to the previous mirror, and there was also an inverted pagoda there. The spire of this pagoda and Xiao Hua's pagoda were together, and the bottom of the pagoda was also standing on the ground. On the ground, there were also mountains, boulders, ancient trees, and yellow sand, but there were no Buddha clouds and the ancient monsters around the pagoda, and there was no figure of Xiao Hua at the top of the pagoda. Xiao Hua raised his head to look at the strange heaven and earth. His brows furrowed slightly at first, but it was only for a moment before joy appeared on his face. This was because he could vaguely sense the auras of dragon vein Xiao Hua and phoenix body Xiao Hua. Following the source of the aura, Xiao Hua hurriedly swept out with his divine sense, trying to find the location of the two doppelgangers. However, when his divine sense swept through the boundary between the two pagodas, he found that there seemed to be a solid barrier between the two worlds, and Xiao Hua's hammer-like divine sense could not pass through. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. His figure soared into the sky and flew towards the barrier between heaven and earth. Woo! Like a gentle breeze, Xiao Hua's body easily passed through the barrier without any hindrance. However, what made Xiao Hua feel very strange was that when Xiao Hua's figure landed in another layer of heaven and earth, a powerful repulsive force stopped him from falling. Moreover, when Xiao Hua's powerful upward momentum reached this space, it also transformed into an upward momentum. Xiao Hua's physical body didn't stay in this space for even a moment, and he returned to the previous space. Oh, so these are two inverted spaces. The scenery inside is similar, and the attraction force of everything inside is also directed downward. When the prehistoric beasts fell into the heaven and earth, the suction force was still on this side, but it was on that side. The repulsive force from before was actually the original suction force between heaven and earth. Xiao Hua's figure maintained balance in midair. He raised his head to look at the heaven and earth, and even looked at the same sun sprinkling sunlight on different lands. He seemed to be deep in thought. Since this Xiao's vision isn't affected, then the sunlight isn't affected either. If this Xiao can practice light escape, I'm afraid this Xiao won't be affected anymore. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua still hadn't reached the stage where he could accommodate himself in the light, and he still couldn't break away from the suction force of this heaven and earth reversal. Therefore, he only stopped for a moment before moving again, crossing the barrier between the two worlds, and landing lightly in the other world. Then, he activated his magic power and turned his body upside down, allowing his body to slowly descend. This kind of action was absolutely inconceivable in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of cultivators, it was easy. When Xiao Hua released his divine sense again, he found something strange. He felt that his divine sense was sweeping to the front, but it just so happened that his divine sense was sweeping to the back. He felt that his divine sense was sweeping to the left, but what he saw was the situation on the right. In short, everything was completely opposite to what Xiao Hua felt. This made Xiao Hua feel extremely awkward. Could it be that flying is also the same? Xiao Hua was a little depressed. When he tried it, it was indeed the case. Damn! Not only is the suction force different, but all the feelings are also the opposite of the original heaven and earth. This is really awkward. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly swept his divine sense awkwardly towards the place where he found Xiao Hua of the dragon vein and Xiao Hua of the phoenix body, and that figure also flew down the pagoda. When Xiao Hua's figure landed on the third floor of the pagoda, he suddenly found that in the space not far from the pagoda, there were 5 balls of light of different colors flashing. These 5 colored balls of light formed another huge, incomplete halo that enveloped an area of about 1,000 miles. Within this halo, the aura of Xiao Hua of the dragon vein and Xiao Hua of the phoenix body would occasionally spread out. Hiss! The moment he sensed the aura of the 2 doppelgangers, Xiao Hua already knew the situation of the 2 doppelgangers. He sucked in a breath of cold air, looked at the 5 balls of light, and was a little surprised. Are these the Chaos 5 little ones? They actually have such strength that even fellow Daoist Long Mai was injured by them. If it wasn't for fellow Daoist Phoenix body protecting fellow Daoist Long Mai, I'm afraid fellow Daoist Long Mai would be in danger. However, he saw that the 5 balls of light were not static in the air, but slowly rotating in a certain trajectory, and even the trajectory of each ball of light was different. But the mystery was that no matter how the 5 balls of light rotated, they could form a huge halo. This huge halo firmly covered Xiao Hua's 2 doppelgangers, either rotating from top to bottom or from left to right. Every time it rotated, there was a wisp of 5-colored brilliance flowing from one end of the halo to the other end, and at the same time, a strange fluctuation was born from that brilliance, landing on Xiao Hua's 2 doppelgangers. At this time, Xiao Hua of the dragon vein had already revealed his dragon body, lying weakly on the ground. His body was suffused with a golden brilliance, trying his best to resist the fluctuation. In this golden brilliance, waves of dragon chi mixed with dragon patterns emerged, as if it was breathing up and down. As for Xiao Hua of the phoenix body, he released the heavenly phoenix demon body, and the huge wings of Xiao Hua of the dragon vein protected his body. Above Xiao Hua of the phoenix body, the light of the moon and stars like the stars, also resisting the strange fluctuation. Spirit awakening 5 essences formation? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, and he immediately saw through the 5 balls of light inside the halo. He was not in a hurry to break the formation, but his eyes flashed with a cold light as he thought to himself. No, it doesn't seem to be. This formation is somewhat similar to the Xiantian realm, compared to the Spirit Awakening 5 Essences formation, who knows how many times more brilliant it is. Although the Great Desolate 5 Little Ones did not possess all 5 elements, their bodies are all Great Desolate beasts. Even if they use their Great Desolate bloodline, they are still more powerful than ordinary 5-element spirit beast. Being trapped in this array formation, even this Xiao would be helpless, much less this Xiao's 2 avatars. Especially my two doppelgangers, one of them is from the Dragon Clan, and the other is from the Demon Clan. They are precisely restrained by the great desolate five little ones, so being trapped here is unavoidable. However, since they dare to compete with me, then I want to see what kind of powerful means the great desolate five little ones have. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua sneered, and anger rose from the bottom of his heart. His hands slightly rubbed, and he was about to activate his magic power. At this time, among the 5 colored balls of light, a relatively lively dark green ball of light just happened to turn in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. This dark green ball of light let out a wong-wong rumbling sound, and then it shrank and expanded from the inside out. Following this rumbling sound, the ball of light rippled, and a great desolate beast that looked like a Chileen but also not a Chileen appeared from the light. Oh! Xiao Hua originally did not intend to give this strange beast any chance, but seeing the appearance of this strange beast, a trace of familiarity emerged in his heart. This strange beast was very similar to a Chileen, but this strange beast's head and face were like a horse, horns like a deer, neck like a camel, tail like a donkey, and it was somewhat different from a Chileen. Xiao Hua unconsciously stopped activating his magic power, and he was somewhat surprised in his heart. This great desolate beast should be a black jade Chileen, however, why does it not look very similar to the Chileen I encountered in the hidden immortal continent? Could it be this great desolate beast is different from the demon race in the 1,000 demon sacred realm? But why does it look somewhat familiar to me? And you can't bear to attack me? The black jade Chileen's figure appeared, and a blazing sense also unbridled swept over Xiao Hua. Then, an even more arrogant voice sounded. What are you? How come I have never seen you before? Xiao Hua pinched his chin, coldly looked at the black jade Chileen's figure, and transmitted his voice. I am not a thing, I am Daoist Xiao. What are you a thing? Daoist Xiao? What is Daoist Xiao? The black jade Chileen looked at Xiao Hua with some doubt, and immediately said impatiently, I don't care what kind of great desolate beast you are. I came to this Chao Tian Tower first. If you know what's good for you, go look around yourself, maybe you can find some weapons and strange object. Don't disturb me, the great desolate 5 elders, and I will spare your life. Seeing the black jade Chileen's face like a ruffian in the marketplace, Xiao Hua's previous familiar feeling of loving the house and its crow instantly turned into disgust. Shut up! Xiao Hua roared angrily. He actually forgot to send a sound transmission. He looked very angry. Then, he came back to his senses and sent a sound transmission. You 5 shameless things. You actually ganged up on 2 of my Dao friends. Today, I'm here to cause trouble for you. Oh! The black jade Chileen stared blankly at first, then the corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. He raised his head and laughed loudly for a moment, then transmitted his voice loudly. Haha, what do you mean by ganging up on one? The 5 of us are the great desolate 5 elders. Against 1, we will attack together. Against 10, even against 100, we will attack together. If you are together with these 2 ugly things, then that's good. I can cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, to prevent future troubles. Chapter 42:11. As he spoke, the dark green ball of light where the ink jade Chileen was located suddenly released a bolt of lightning. The lightning fell into the ring of light and penetrated the other 4 balls of light. Wung, wung. The distance between the 5 balls of light suddenly pulled apart. At the same time, the ring of light stretched like a rainbow bridge and covered Xiao Hua, as if it wanted to trap him inside. How could Xiao Hua let the ink jade Chileen succeed? His figure flashed as he teleported towards the sky. However, Xiao Hua was so furious that he had forgotten about the strangeness of this place. When his figure reappeared, he was not standing in the sky, but had instead landed on the ground in the distance. Even so, the ring of light brushed through the air and swept past the place where Xiao Hua was standing before. It did not trap Xiao Hua. Ha ha! Xiao Hua was so angry that he laughed. Looking at the 5 balls of light attacking him, he transmitted his voice, as expected of the ink jade stupid donkey. You said it very well. Facing 100 of them together, this old man will let you and the other Chaos 5 little ones face 100 of them. You actually dare to call me ink jade stupid donkey? The ink jade Chileen seemed to be very afraid of this title. Hearing Xiao Hua's transmission, it was really furious. The ball of light seemed to boil, and the ink jade Chiline's image was instantly absorbed into the ball of light. A huge Chiline figure appeared in the ball of light. This old man will not only call you a stupid donkey, Xiao Hua transmitted his voice coldly, this old man will also take your stupid donkey life. As he spoke, Xiao Hua raised his hand and patted the top of his head. Puff! Lightning surged out from the top of his head, covering thousands of miles around him. Then, hundreds of rainbows flew out from the lightning and landed around the array set up by the 5 little beasts of the primitive wasteland. When the rainbows disappeared, the 108th rank scattered nascent souls each sat cross-legged in the air and surrounded the chaos 5 little ones. Lightning lingered around each scattered nascent soul, forming a thunder armor. This old man will let you know what it means to bully the few with numbers. Xiao Hua transmitted his voice fiercely. Then, Xiao Hua raised his hand and a ray of sword light appeared on his arm. Clang! The sound of the sword was like a dragon. As Xiao Hua's arm fell, the ray of sword light struck the ring of light formed by the 5 little beasts, causing sparks to fly. Xiao Hua's voice was like a god's in the air. Kill! Looking at the 100 or so rank 8 scattered nascent souls, each of them was 8 feet tall, a bit taller than ordinary cultivators. Not only were they wearing thunder armor, but they were also holding different spirit tools according to their attribute. These spirit tools were all magic tools that had been separated into yin and yang in Xiao Hua's space. Now that they had been refined by these scattered nascent souls, they all had the power of a heavenly spirit treasure. 100 nascent soul cultivators surrounded the 5 small groups of the primordial world. It was the heavenly star formation of Chengdu. After hearing Xiao Hua's order, they said at the same time, yes. His voice was like a thunderclap, and the hundreds of spirit artifacts were swung out at the same time, as if they were about to shatter the heavens and earth. In this inverted space, a hurricane of 10,000 feet was set off in an instant. The hurricane blew past the Buddhist pagoda, giving rise to the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Even the 10,000 Buddhas were wailing, and a myriad of strange splendors shrouded the space of 10,000 miles. Xiao Hua didn't know how strong the 5 small groups of the primordial world were, but seeing the 5 strange beasts joining forces to surround dragon bloodline Xiao Hua and phoenix body Xiao Hua, and even needing to rely on a Xiantian formation to injure dragon bloodline Xiao Hua also didn't feel that the 5 small groups could have any great divine ability. Therefore, after Xiao Hua commanded the 100 or so rank 8 scattered nascent souls, a sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. With his hands behind his back, he indifferently watched. His face revealed an expression of having a card up his sleeve. Xiao Hua had always been merciful. He absolutely wouldn't force people, or even demonic beasts, into a dead end. However, he was indeed angry today. Looking at dragon bloodline Xiao Hua's dragon body crawling on the ground, his heart slightly ached. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his thunderous methods to kill these 5 ruffians who usually bullied the strange beasts of the primordial world. You! Seeing such a formation, the ink jade Chiline turned pale with fright. He almost stuttered as he transmitted his voice. You all actually have weapons? This isn't fair. You also know it's not fair. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth rose into a sneer. Why didn't you say it was fair when you bullied my 2 fellow Taoists and the Heaven Devourer and other strange beasts of the primordial world? I. The ink jade Chiline still wanted to defend himself, but that rain-like spirit treasure had already fallen. It seemed like every spirit treasure had the power to kill him. Just the aura of so many spirit treasures alone was enough to suffocate him. Do you think I, your father, am afraid of you? The ink jade Chiline was also a ruthless character. At this time, after hearing Xiao Hua's words, he simply didn't beg for mercy. With a roar, his figure submerged into the ball of light. That ball of light emitted an even more resplendent brilliance. Although the other primordial world 4 small ones didn't show up, they all sensed that something was wrong. Each of them activated their own ball of light, and that halo flew out like a waterfall. Whether it was the fluctuation or the multicolored light, they all met the wave of spirit treasures that had already formed layers. Boom boom! Within 1,000 miles, the airwaves that had previously annihilated heaven and earth, all the brilliance was annihilated in this airwave. All the fluctuations also disappeared in this airwave. How could the formation of the primordial world 5 small ones withstand the attack of dozens of spirit treasures? However, with one touch, the entire formation immediately collapsed. In the roar, 5 strange beasts of the primordial world that were close to 1,000 feet in size revealed themselves from the ball of light. Dark green flames flickered around the black jade Chaline's body. These flames could no longer protect its body. Parts of the scales that were torn apart by the flames were torn off by the spirit weapon. Streams of beast blood that were filled with fiery threads flowed out from these broken scales. In particular, the pair of horns that were previously somewhat arrogant had now been broken in half. Inexplicable patterns flickered on them, making it look extremely miserable. After the ink jade Chaline was a toad that was entirely golden. At this moment, the toad's entire body trembled violently. The bump on its chin that was thousands of feet in size expanded and shrank as it trembled. Moreover, it emitted a layer of blood. The toad's body was covered in patterns that resembled copper coins. At this moment, most of these patterns were broken. Although there were no traces of blood seeping out, one could tell from the golden toad's blood-red eyes and broken tentacles that it was more severely injured than the ink jade Chaline. To the left of the golden toad was a 5-colored phoenix. At this moment, the phoenix was extremely miserable, even worse than the ugly chicken. Not to mention that most of its feathers had been scattered by the scattered nascent soul. Even the tail that it was so proud of and had an extremely powerful divine ability was now dim. Although the 5-colored phoenix raised one of its claws slightly as if it was trying to balance its body, the blood dripping from its claws showed that it was severely injured. Beside the 5-colored phoenix was a white tiger with a pair of wings on its back. At this moment, the white tiger's wings were already broken and drooped on the tiger's back. Its white fur that should have been suffused with a holy luster was not only glaring scarlet, but also mottled with scars. Hundreds of scars that were dozens of feet long flowed with a faint brilliance, as if they were trying their best to repair these scars. The 4 little ones of desolation had another huge tortoise shell. This tortoise shell was divided into 2 colors, one white and one black. The tortoise shell emitted a dim brilliance that formed a tiny vortex in midair. Within the vortex, a timid origin sense swept through the surroundings like a snake's tongue. Although Xiao Hua could not see anything else, he understood that this should be the black and white black tortoise of the 5 little ones of desolation. Although the brilliance on the black and white black tortoise's tortoise shell was dim, it did not have any obvious scars. It was obvious that its injuries were the lightest. Chimpage. Xiao Hua coldly snorted and did not say anything else. In midair, the second wave of spirit tools attacked like a wave. Apart from the black and white black tortoise's tortoise shell, the other 4 little ones of desolation revealed despair in their eyes. Quick! Quick, hide under me. At the crucial moment, the black and white black tortoise suddenly transmitted its voice. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, the black jade Chaline cautiously shouted, "No. If we hide under you, these weapons will all hit your body. Wouldn't you be beaten to death? Damn it." The black and white black tortoise were furious and transmitted its voice, "Even if I don't block it for you, I won't be able to escape this time. Rather than that, why don't you guys hurry up and see if there's a chance to escape?" "Not going." The black sky white tiger roared and also refused. Looking at the spirit tools that filled the sky with murderous intent and another spirit tool that was accumulating power behind the spirit tools, the black and white black tortoise no longer hesitated and stretched its head out of the tortoise shell. Its 4 legs that were thicker than a mountain peak moved, and an earthy yellow cloud was born, carrying it into the sky to meet the dozens of spirit tools. Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Clearly, he did not expect the black and white black tortoise to have this move. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" The black jade Chaline and the others all shouted. Clouds appeared around their bodies and rushed into the sky, wanting to block the black and white black tortoise's head. Sigh. At this moment, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's breath was somewhat weak, but his tone was still firm. "Forget it, fellow Daoist, just teach them a lesson. There's no need to kill them all." "Why?" Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the ground. At this moment, Phoenix body Xiao Hua had already withdrawn his body and returned to his normal size. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua also withdrew his dragon body, but he did not get up from the ground. Although these 5 little things are a bit bullying, they are still snatching things. I joined hands with fellow Daoist Phoenix body to snatch that item, and the 5 of them joined hands to snatch it back. Their actions can't be considered excessive. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua explained. In addition, after they surrounded us, it's not like they didn't have the opportunity to be heavy-handed. However, they still had some kindness and threatened us many times but did not attack. Now that we have an eye for an eye, it should be doable. When Xiao Hua heard this, he looked at Dragon Vein Xiao Hua with a smile that was not a smile and asked, "Fellow Daoist, is this your original intention? Or is it a reason that you made up?" This. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment before replying, "Actually, it's not entirely like that. I only saw the 5 of them supporting each other and very naturally thought of fellow Daoist Phoenix body saving I earlier, so I couldn't bear it." Chapter 42:12. Great. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and almost clapped his hands. His 5 doppelgangers originally didn't have any human emotions, and Xiao Hua didn't know how this human emotion was born. Now that he saw the dragon vein, Xiao Hua, like the other doppelgangers, gradually gaining more human emotions, he was happier than anything else. His previous anger also gradually dissipated. He nodded and replied, "Since fellow Daoist says so, then we'll do as fellow Daoist says." However, these 5 youngsters bullied fellow Daoist. They can't be forgiven. We have to let them suffer a little. Yes, as long as we don't take their lives. The dragon vein Xiao Hua slightly nodded and handed it over to Xiao Hua to deal with. Xiao Hua's change of mind, but the 5 youngsters didn't know. Seeing the skyrocketing light falling down, the 5 youngsters' eyes were filled with determination, and they respectively used their divine abilities to meet it. Just as the 5 youngsters were about to turn into ashes, all the light suddenly stopped in mid-air, and the airwave that suffocated the 5 youngsters hung above their heads like a huge rock. While the 5 youngsters were stunned, they heard Xiao Hua's voice transmission. "You all, do you want to live?" "Yes, yes." The 5-colored phoenix was the first to answer. Her tone was filled with ecstasy. "H, you deserve to die the most." Xiao Hua coldly snorted and berated, "You're the 5-colored phoenix, seeing that your opponent also has the phoenix bloodline, how can you be so ruthless?" I. The 5-colored phoenix was somewhat wronged and argued, "We just came to snatch the weapons, not to take their lives. They gave the things to us, isn't that enough?" Xiao Hua knew that these beasts might not have any kinship in their eyes, so after berating a few words, he looked at the others. The golden toad, black and white tortoise, and black sky white tiger all admitted defeat and begged for mercy. On the contrary, the black jade chelene that had always been arrogant looked at Xiao Hua and gritted its teeth. "Don't make fun of me. If you have a kind heart, you can let them go. This trip to the Imperial Palace was invited by me. If you want to kill them, just come find me." "Damn it." Xiao Hua sneered, "You're not convinced." "Of course I'm not convinced. All of you have weapons in your hands. If you don't, I won't be afraid even if there are 10 of you, no, 5 of you." When Xiao Hua heard this, he simply did not say much either. He waved his hand and instructed the scattered nascent soul to put away the spirit artifact. He casually pointed at the 5 scattered nascent souls and said, "You guys go and teach this guy a lesson." "Yes." The 5 scattered nascent souls agreed. Thunderbolts erupted from their hands, and the thunderbolts transformed into sharp weapons that attacked the black jade chelene. The black jade chelene had already spoken ruthlessly. At this moment, it was hard to retract the blade of shame. It swayed its broken horns and charged forward. Rumble. In just 5 minutes, the black jade chelene was ravaged black and blue by the 5/8 tribulation scattered nascent souls. Although its 4 hooves were still stepping on flames, it was almost unable to stand steadily in midair. Xiao Hua faintly asked, "Are you convinced?" "Chimpage." The black jade chelene gritted its teeth and said, "I'm not convinced. If you have the ability, come and fight me yourself." "Haha." Xiao Hua laughed heartily. He waved his hand to signal the 5 scattered nascent soul cultivators to withdraw and said, "If you want this old man to make a move, that's fine too. However, if you lose, you'll have to be my mount." "TCH." The black jade chelene said disdainfully, You have the nerve. I'm already injured like this, so what if you win? Don't worry, Xiao Hua said with his hands behind his back. I don't need to make a move at all, nor do I need to use magic. I can naturally subdue you. I don't believe you. The Black Jade Chileen said angrily. You can't use weapons either. Of course, of course. Xiao Hua smiled like an old fox, and answered very decisively, if I use weapons, I'll be your mount. Okay. The Black Jade Chileen answered almost without thinking. Stupid donkey. The Black Sky White Tiger hurriedly shouted, how can you agree to him like this? What about me? The Black Jade Chileen had a brainless face and said angrily, I just agreed like this, what about it? Xiao Hua frowned. His gaze swept past the Black Jade Chileen, and then looked at the Chaos Four Little Ones, revealing a thoughtful expression. Come. The Black Jade Chileen shook its head and said, I'd like to see how you're going to do it. Woo! Without waiting for the Black Jade Chileen to finish speaking, Xiao Hua's divine sense hit the Black Jade Chileen's head like a hammer. Boom! With a loud sound, the heavily injured Black Jade Chileen was suddenly knocked down from the sky by Xiao Hua and fainted on the ground. Damn it! The Black Sky White Tiger was furious. It flapped its wings a few times, but it was in so much pain that it couldn't move. Multicolored light appeared under its feet again, and it wanted to pounce on Xiao Hua. Don't you know the Black Jade Chileen's painstaking efforts? Xiao Hua glanced at the fainted Black Jade Chileen on the ground and transmitted his voice unhurriedly. If you make a move, won't your lives be left here? Then wouldn't the Black Jade Chileen's plan to use its freedom to exchange for your lives fail? What? The Chaos Four Little Ones were naturally not truly brainless. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, how could they not know the Black Jade Chileen's painstaking efforts? The Five-Colored Phoenix said somewhat incredulously, when did this stupid donkey have such a scheming mind? Enough. Xiao Hua waved his hand and replied somewhat impatiently, you five little things worked together to trap my fellow Daoist and injure him. This old man originally wanted to take your lives. Since the Black Jade Chileen has the heart to save you, and this old man just happens to be lacking a mount, I'll reluctantly take him in and let you all live. If we're going to die, we'll die together. The Black Sky White Tiger was unwilling and shouted stiffly. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said, this old man also didn't intend to let the Black Jade Chileen die. You all just heard that he lost to this old man, so he wants to be this old man's mount. You won't let him become a chaos beast that doesn't keep its word, right? This. The Black Sky White Tiger turned its head to look at the black and white tortoises and didn't know how to answer. After all, this was the Black Jade Chileen's own choice. Can we wait for the Black Jade Chileen to wake up before leaving? The Golden Toad probed. Xiao Hua nodded, of course you can, but you all have to pay a small price. Hearing this, the Golden Toad was overjoyed and hurriedly replied, what do you want? A copper coin on your body. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the Golden Toad and replied with a smile. The Golden Toad didn't understand what Xiao Hua was saying, but it still nodded. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the copper coin fragment that he previously obtained in the ruins flew out and landed on the Golden Toad's back. Then, Xiao Hua waved his hand and a copper coin-like vein flew out from the Golden Toad's back along with its flesh and blood, fusing with the copper coin. Ah! The Golden Toad let out a blood-curdling scream and its expression became a lot more dispirited. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to the Golden Toad. Several hand seals struck the copper coin, but the copper coin was suffused with a strange brilliance and disappeared. Xiao Hua took the copper coin, then waved his hand and took out 4 rejuvenation pills and gave them to the Golden Toad, saying, okay, you've paid the price. You all can wait here for the Black Jade Chileen to wake up. This old man won't take advantage of you too much. These pills are some compensation. The Golden Toad didn't know what rejuvenation pills were, but when the rejuvenation pills landed in front of it, the Golden Toad, who was good at identifying treasures, immediately knew that these were good things. It opened its mouth and very nimbly put one of the pills into its mouth with its tongue. Then, a wonderful scene appeared. The Golden Toad's body was suffused with a golden color, and all the copper coins on the surface of its body were spinning. Different fluctuations came from different copper coins, and at the spot that Xiao Hua just took away, a new copper coin vein appeared again. The profound sky-white tiger, the black tortoise, and the five-colored phoenix were all ancient beasts like the golden toad. How could they not know what was happening to the golden toad? All of them looked at it with envy in their eyes. After half a cup of tea's time, the golden light around the golden toad's body slowly dissipated. The golden toad's gaze fell on Xiao Hua with a rather complicated expression. However, after a moment, the golden toad opened its mouth and blew on the remaining 3 rejuvenation pills. The 3 pills fell in front of the other 3 strange beasts. The profound sky-white tiger and the other 2 beasts were wild with joy. They all opened their mouths to consume the pills, and each of them showed the advancement of their divine abilities. "Can you give me another one?" The golden toad saw the strange fluctuations around the 3 beasts and begged Xiao Hua again, "I am willing to give you another piece of flesh." "Why do you want another one?" Xiao Hua asked knowingly. "For the ink jade chelene." The golden toad did not dare to hide and answered honestly. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "No need. It is my mount, so I will naturally give it to him, and I will also give him other treasures." I understand." The golden toad nodded and landed beside the ink jade chelene, quietly waiting for him to wake up. Xiao Hua looked at the scattered souls in the air and nodded with satisfaction. He kept these scattered souls in his dantian, and then landed on the other side of the ground where the phoenix body Xiao Hua was still guarding the dragon vein Xiao Hua. "How are your injuries?" Xiao Hua looked at the 2 clones, and was extremely satisfied in his heart. He asked with concern. "I am fine." The phoenix body Xiao Hua said with a smile, "These injuries are nothing. I will recover after resting for a few years." "Good, what about you?" Xiao Hua looked at the dragon vein Xiao Hua. "I am afraid you are not that simple, right?" He. The dragon vein Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, looked at the injuries on his body, and then looked at the ground, and answered, "I's injuries are not light, but with the dragon cleansing liquid, I will be able to recover within 10 years. It is a pity that I's dragon chi fell into the ground for no reason and can no longer be retrieved." Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he said with a smile, "If the dragon chi fell into the ground, it should be able to form the dragon vein in the future. This dragon vein will definitely be able to bring blessings to a place. It is also your merit." I hope so." The dragon vein Xiao Hua did not understand karma, and only answered casually. He then looked at the ink jade chelene in the distance and lowered his voice and said, "Fellow Daoist, do you know what Iron Phoenix body Daoist obtained this time?" Chapter 42:13. "Oh, what is it?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Could it be some heavenly treasure?" "Fellow Daoist, guess?" Dragon vein Xiao Hua said mysteriously. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and didn't get anything, so he shook his head and said, "I can't guess. However, there are a lot of heavenly treasures in this great wasteland continent. Something worthy of fellow Daoist's hand should be some kind of spirit weapon, right?" Dragon vein Xiao Hua smiled and said, "If it's a spirit weapon, I'm afraid it won't be worth the great wasteland 5 little ones fighting with I here. Those powerful characters wouldn't have left in advance." Xiao Hua understood that the powerful characters mentioned by Dragon Vein Xiao Hua were the powerful auras he sensed at that time. Those auras were much more powerful than the Great Wasteland 5 little ones. However, in this Great Wasteland continent, there were many strange things. Xiao Hua only knew that the Great Wasteland beasts liked powerful magic weapons. As for the other things they didn't care about, how could Xiao Hua know? He could only shake his head again. Actually, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said something that almost made Xiao Hua fall from the sky. "I also don't know what it is." "I also don't know." Phoenix Body Xiao Hua said with a smile, "But based on intuition, this thing must be of great use to fellow Daoist." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Xiao Hua's heart warmed as he cupped his hands and said, "You're welcome." Dragon Vein Xiao Hua patted his dragon horn. The dragon pattern on the dragon horn bloomed, and a strand of strange purple gas floated out. When this purple gas fell into the air, it immediately reflected a purple light in the surroundings. Within the light, countless jade talismans flashed, and within these jade talismans, there seemed to be endless mysteries surging. Whether Xiao Hua looked at the purple gas with his naked eyes or his divine sense swept through the purple gas, it was as if he was facing a mass of profound meaning. Countless inexplicable cryptic thoughts gushed out from his mind. What is this thing? Xiao Hua was shocked. Why is this cryptic thing similar to heavenly Tao? Xiao Hua's comprehension? Who knows what this is? Dragon Vein. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I only feel that this thing is similar to the things that fellow Daoist occasionally pass to us. Other great wasteland beasts looked at it and turned around. Only the great wasteland 5 little ones didn't give up and insisted on pestering us to take it back. Xiao Hua faintly nodded. His mind wrapped around the purple gas and was about to store it in his space. However, the strange thing was that the purple gas was like a world of its own in his mind. It was unbelievably heavy, and his mind couldn't absorb it at all. Xiao Hua thoughtfully looked at Dragon Vein. Xiao Hua. Dragon Vein. Xiao Hua was also somewhat shocked. Xiao Hua frowned and thought for a moment before releasing his invisible nascent soul. Xiao Hua's formless nascent soul faced this strand of purple gas, and an indescribable joy appeared in its eyes. Its entire body even turned into the shape of a starry sky within the purple light. There was almost no need for Xiao Hua to do anything. That strand of purple chi naturally fell into the center of the starry sky. It was precisely the dantian of the nascent soul. Just as the purple chi entered, Xiao Hua's formless nascent soul uncontrollably expanded. His spirit body transformed into an endless starry sky, filling up the entire space in an instant. Boom! As if the world was splitting apart, whether it was the inverted space or the normal space, everything was shattered by this explosion. An irresistible force emerged from the shattered space and pushed out Xiao Hua, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua, the awakened Ink Jade Chelin, and the rest of the 5 beasts of the wilderness. Even to the extent that within a range of 10,000 li, there were 10 lion kings, mosquitoes, and other beasts of the wilderness squeezing out of the cracks in space and nervously flying to various parts of the wilderness. On the ground, many monsters also rushed out in groups and flew in all directions. 2 fellow Taoists, go back and rest. Xiao Hua looked at the formless nascent soul that had transformed into a starry sky that was growing bigger and bigger. Not only did it cover an area of 1,000 li, but it also had the intention of merging into the starry sky. His face was also somewhat nervous as he instructed. Okay. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was naturally even more nervous. He didn't know whether it was a misfortune or fortune for him to obtain this purple chi. He only nodded and agreed, then followed Phoenix Body Xiao Hua into Xiao Hua's body to cultivate. The 2 clones had just entered Xiao Hua's body when another obscure comprehension from the starry sky fell into Xiao Hua's mind. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged and comprehend, the distant Ink Jade Chelin flew over again. I sent them away. The Ink Jade Chelin was already somewhat obedient. He held a long crystal in his hand and said, this was left behind in the imperial court. Xiao Hua didn't have time to dawdle with him. He raised his hand and gave him a rejuvenation pill, then waved his big sleeve to cover him and said, don't resist. This old man has some urgent matters to deal with right now. Everything can be discussed later. Seeing that he came over to promise, but Xiao Hua was still so cold, the Ink Jade Chelin was rather disappointed. It was as if his warm face was stuck to someone's cold butt. He only nodded slightly and allowed Xiao Hua to take him into the space. The Ink Jade Chelin looked at the unfamiliar scenery around him and didn't say anything. He swallowed the rejuvenation pill in one gulp, and dark green flames surged out from his body. Taking the Ink Jade Chelin as a mount was merely a thought in Xiao Hua's mind. He himself wasn't too sure why he had such thoughts at that time. Of course, this was also an extremely appropriate reason to let go of the desolate land's 5 youngsters. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't take it too seriously at this time. If it weren't for the fact that the desolate land's 5 youngsters would be harmful to the Fortune Gate's disciples, Xiao Hua would have waved his hand and let the Ink Jade Chelin go. He put away the Ink Jade Chelin and sat cross-legged. His eyes were focused on his nose, and his nose was focused on his heart. Those obscure comprehensions were like a meteor shower, crashing into Xiao Hua's mind. As time passed, these comprehensions were like a tsunami, crazily crashing into Xiao Hua's mind. It was as if Xiao Hua had integrated himself into the desolate land. At this time, the heavenly Tao had opened up all its mysteries to him, and Xiao Hua was as weak as an ant. In front of these mysteries, he was truly insignificant and helpless. Xiao Hua's face was pale, and his heart was trembling with fear. How could he not know that he had encountered an extremely great danger? The origin of this purple qi was definitely not something he could come into contact with his current cultivation. What was more, he was a newborn calf that was fearless enough to use his nascent soul to absorb this purple qi. What was a nascent soul? It was a spiritual body between heaven and earth. It was a bridge between a cultivator and heaven and earth. If his physical body absorbed the purple qi, he could rely on the laws of heaven and earth to restrict the purple qi's mysteries. However, when the purple qi entered his nascent soul's spiritual body, especially on the desolate land, the mysteries contained within the purple qi couldn't be restrained by any laws. Of course, it would surge out. Of course, if it was an ordinary Grand Ascension stage cultivator's nascent soul, it wouldn't be able to contain this kind of purple qi. When it came into contact with the purple qi, it would immediately explode. Xiao Hua's nascent soul was rather special. Its core was the nebula. When the purple qi entered, it could be said to be integrated into the nascent soul's spiritual body, or it could be said to be integrated into the nebula. Therefore, Xiao Hua's nascent soul was able to escape this calamity. However, even so, Xiao Hua's nascent soul couldn't contain the laws of heaven and earth contained in the purple qi. His body expanded uncontrollably. As his nascent soul expanded, the mysteries in the purple qi naturally had to impact Xiao Hua's body through the spiritual body. This kind of impact that Grand Ascension stage golden immortals and even gods dreamed of, and now that it was placed on Xiao Hua's body, it became a torrent that was enough to strangle him. Fortunately, Xiao Hua had previously coincidentally started to comprehend the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao Xiao Hua had also stepped into the Grand Ascension stage. Xiao Hua himself had benefited a lot from Heavenly Tao Xiao Hua's comprehension. This beginning impact was similar to the comprehension that Heavenly Tao Xiao Hua had passed on to him. Xiao Hua was already on guard. Seeing the mysteries crazily surging towards him, his mind had already fallen into the space while he was comprehending. Now, Shenhua continent was full of vitality, and all kinds of things in the world were revealed. Xiao Hua didn't dare to cause a change in Shenhua continent, and his figure directly fell into the Heavenly Tao starry sky. Unlike before, when Jade Archive Xiao Hua stepped into the void with tide-like fluctuations, a seemingly vast and boundless will was born in his mind. Jade Archive Xiao Hua frowned, then nodded. His figure flashed, and his mind returned to his physical body. However, at this time, his mind was filled with bright starlight, and a majestic power of the Heavenly Tao protected his mind tightly. Heavenly Tao Xiao Hua, who had never left the space, actually stepped into the chaotic continent for the first time. As soon as Heavenly Tao Xiao Hua appeared, Xiao Hua's physical body immediately disappeared from midair. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. However, in the entire sky, the starry sky formed by the formless nascent soul had already stopped expanding and rising rapidly. Now, it was slowly expanding and slowly merging into the starry sky. Inexplicable fluctuations between heaven and earth appeared chaotically, and chaotically fell into the spirit body. As the spirit body absorbed these fluctuations, the mysteries fell into Xiao Hua's physical body. Xiao Hua's body gradually turned into a star. As his nascent soul rose, the star also grew bigger and bigger. An indescribable aura was emitted from the star and spread towards the starry sky, towards the great desolate continent. At this time, time seemed to have no meaning. In front of the mysteries of the Heavenly Tao, everything was nothingness. Xiao Hua seemed to have stepped onto the path to the heavens. As long as he fell into the starry sky, he would be able to obtain the purple gas, and all of his cultivation would come to an end. However, at this time, in the starry sky, a star that was 1,000,000 times brighter than Xiao Hua's star appeared in an extremely strange manner. As soon as this star appeared, it immediately caused a change. All of the fluctuations came to an abrupt stop, and all of the mysteries stopped attacking. This was because the brilliance of the star condensed into a ball of light in the starry sky. This ball of light didn't have a specific shape. It looked like a cauldron, like a winding dragon city wall, like a majestic academy, and in the end, like a scroll that covered the heavens and earth. Under the brilliance of the star, endless clouds appeared. These clouds were 9 colors, and they supported the scroll. Strands of auspicious aura rushed out from the clouds and fell into the formless nascent soul's body. Chapter 42:14. This auspicious chi was so familiar, carrying the gentleness of human nature. The nascent soul spirit body that was about to lose consciousness instantly stopped expanding. At the same time, the star below the nascent soul spirit body also withdrew its auspicious light, revealing Xiao Hua's physical body. The physical body opened its eyes, its emotionless gaze swept over the star and scroll above its head, then it spat out 2 words very cryptically, "What a pity." Then, Xiao Hua's physical body closed its eyes again, and the aura that looked down on all living things disappeared along with the closing of its eyes. In just a short moment, Xiao Hua's physical body opened its eyes again, its silver-white eyes flashing with starlight. After the starlight, 2 balls of flames burned fiercely, and within the flames, human emotions appeared again. Phew! Xiao Hua's mind returned to its original position, and he first let out a long breath, then shouted, "Lucky." When the word lucky came out, Xiao Hua's heart moved. It seemed that many years ago, he already had this kind of experience. If he had any worries, he would have already reached the end of his cultivation. However, Xiao Hua didn't have time to think about it. His gaze fell on the star, and his eyebrows wrinkled. He muttered to himself, This seems to be the Literati star. Why would it appear here?" The Literati star stopped in the starry sky, covering the brilliance of all the stars. Xiao Hua was puzzled, and he lowered his head to look below him. Thousands of auspicious signs were born in the sky, and it was very colorful. Strange, could it be that fellow Confucian cultivator had some kind of breakthrough? Xiao Hua couldn't contact Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua at this time, so he could only guess like this. Then, Xiao Hua closed his eyes for a moment, and his face revealed an indescribable loneliness. He sighed again. Heaven glimpse. This purple chi actually contains the truth of this world, and even heavenly Tao Xiao Hua has to come out of the space to comprehend it. Just by this moment of comprehension, just by these 10 years of comprehension, I stepped into the unimaginable realm of heaven glimp. Damn it, if I can comprehend the profound meaning of this purple chi, wouldn't I be able to reflect the heavens, or even merge the heavens? Heaven glimpse, is to comprehend the heavenly Tao. And heaven glimpse, this is to peer into the heavenly Tao. I, Xiao Hua, have the qualifications to peer into the heavenly Tao as a cultivator. It's really hard to imagine. Then in the future, heaven reflection, heaven fusion. Just how mysterious would that be? However, when that time comes, will this Xiao still be able to remain so calm and sigh with emotion? Feeling his heart becoming harder and harder, Xiao Hua sighed slightly. He raised his head to look at the invisible nascent soul and muttered to himself, "It's only been a dozen years, but this Xiao's 8th tribulation nascent soul has taken a huge step forward. It's comparable to ordinary thousands of years of bitter cultivation." The Tao sect realm of this physical body had actually reached the peak of the late stage of the Mahayana realm. It was close to transcending the tribulation. If this Literati star did not appear, this Xiao would have directly flown to the celestial world, right? Transcending the tribulation? How was this Xiao's tribulation? Although this Xiao's physical body is close to transcending tribulation, which is the so-called end of the late Mahayana realm, the beginning of the tribulation. In other words, it was the end of the tribulation transcendence stage and the beginning of the Mahayana stage. Damn it, even my human race's Tao sect's cultivation method has so many entanglements. Even this Xiao is dizzy, let alone this Xiao's scarlet nascent soul technique. Now, it should be the 9th tribulation. This tribulation is also the last tribulation in the cultivation world. Although only 1 in 10,000 can successfully transcend the tribulation, if one successfully transcends it, then it will be a real scarlet nascent soul. The nascent soul body will grow flesh and set foot in the celestial world. The celestial world, the celestial world, what is it like? Xiao Hua's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The invisible nascent soul under the Literati star slowly withdrew its incomparably huge starry sky spirit body. After a dozen days, it returned to the size of 9 feet and fell into Xiao Hua's lower dantian. Now, the invisible nascent soul's body was covered in light purple stripes. These stripes were somewhat faint, but there was a purple glow inside, illuminating the entire lower dantian. Under this purple glow, the other 100 or so nascent souls in the lower dantian were surrounded by tens of thousands of whirlpools. All of the nascent souls sat cross-legged, surrounding the invisible nascent soul in the middle, absorbing the faint mysteries of this glow with all their strength. Although these nascent souls did not dare to rashly merge with the purple aura, this faint glow was an opportunity that absolutely could not be encountered in the cultivation world. These nascent souls cultivated with this as the foundation. If they were able to set foot in the celestial world in the future, they would not be comparable to ordinary celestials. Xiao Hua withdrew the invisible nascent soul. After waiting for half a day, he saw that the literati star was still nailed in midair. In the entire starry sky, even the sun star was not as bright as it. Under the sky, endless auspicious signs came one after another, showing no signs of stopping. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly had some realization. He urged his body to land on the auspicious signs. When the seemingly solid restriction touched Xiao Hua, it immediately produced a layer of auspicious clouds, wrapping Xiao Hua up. A kind of serene and festive feeling emerged from Xiao Hua's heart. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up, and his body landed on the auspicious signs. As Xiao Hua's figure entered, countless strange phenomena appeared within the auspicious signs. Perhaps it was the human race's cultivators standing there proudly, or perhaps it was the human race's warriors standing alone in the wind with golden helmets and silver armors. The historical records that had never been recorded in the ink of the brush, and the memories that had never been left in the hearts of the people, were all revealed here. This is. When he was about to reach the end of the auspicious signs, the figures of the saints recorded in the ancient records appeared one by one. Xiao Hua almost cried out in surprise, Confucius, Mencius, Zunzi. These saints of the human race all stood there with smiles on their faces, as if they were looking at their own nephews. The saints all held sacred brushes in their hands, and the brushes were covered in crystal-clear ink. The saints' literary song. Suddenly, a very unfamiliar word appeared in his mind, and the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua's voice faintly sounded, "That's right. Fellow immortal, this is the legendary saint's literary song of our scholarly cultivators." At this moment, Xiao Hua's body landed on the auspicious signs. The entire sky was covered by endless auspicious clouds and multicolored light. The auspicious clouds and multicolored light were filled with saints, and behind these saints were auspicious dragons and phoenixes, abundant grains, picturesque territories, and other strange phenomena, and all of these strange phenomena were clustered around the head of one person. The gazes of all living beings also fell on one person. This person was the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, fellow immortal. After passing the saint's literary song, you can set foot on the literary song." "That's right." The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua looked at the auspicious signs that filled the sky and said somewhat emotionally, "This little one has cultivated the scholarly cultivation for tens of thousands of years. Although I encountered many dangers and obstacles from the scholarly cultivator to the literary saint, I always had a plan in my heart. After reaching the literary saint level, this little one's heart was anxious, because this little one never understood how to set foot on the literary song. After this little one enlightened all living beings, this little one suddenly understood in his heart. The so-called literary song is not something that can be obtained through cultivation. There must be the merit of enlightenment. This merit of enlightenment must be approved by the saints, and only then can the literary song be obtained. This kind of saint's approval cannot be written down in ink, and even more so, it cannot be passed down orally. If it is not a coincidence that truly becomes the power of enlightenment, there will definitely be no opportunity to set foot on the literary song. At this point, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua looked at the ground again and said somewhat emotionally, "I'm ashamed. Speaking of the merit of enlightenment, the most important is Buddha body, but I don't know why, until now, the Buddhist phenomenon has not appeared. Hehe, no need to care about him." Xiao Hua's heart slightly ached. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone has their own fate. Immortal friend, first take this half step and then we'll talk." "Yes." The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua bowed and said, I'll have to trouble immortal friend for everything. No need to thank me. Xiao Hua cheerfully nodded his head and took half a step forward. He raised his hand and patted his head. The 5-colored true qi gushed out and covered the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. When the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua entered Xiao Hua's body, boom! The entire world rumbled. The auspicious signs in the sky shook and turned into words. The words condensed into lines of poetry. The lines of poetry condensed into articles. The articles condensed into scrolls. An ancient and mysterious voice came out from the scrolls. The literati star above the sages' heads suddenly lit up, and an identical illusory body of the literati star fell down from the literati star and smashed into the scrolls. Countless data fell into the illusory body of the literati star, and the illusory body of the literati star gradually solidified. In just a moment, the literati star that was emitting a resplendent brilliance actually appeared above Xiao Hua's head. Heaven, earth, king, family, teacher. Different accents, different languages, each voice louder than thunder came out from the sages' mouths. Every time they shouted a word, the sages' holy brushes pointed at the void. Drops of star-like ink fell on the literate star. The literate star fell 1 foot above Xiao Hua's head. After the 5 words were said, the literate star fell on top of Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua activated the 5 qis unification. The 5-colored true qi rushed out of his head and turned into a cloud that supported the literate star. At the same time the 5-colored true qi rushed out, the 9 continents' cauldrons were also unwilling to be left behind. They flew out from the middle dantian and immediately surrounded the literate star. It was as if the stars were revolving around the moon. Whoosh! The literate star produced a 9-colored radiance and fell on top of the 9 cauldrons. Rumble! The 9 cauldrons violently vibrated and flew below the literate star. They turned into a huge 9 continents cauldron in the 9-colored cloud. Woo! The 9 continents cauldrons emitted a glaring halo and supported the literate star to fall on top of Xiao Hua's head. After it fell into the middle dantian, the 5 elements true qi in the middle dantian rushed into the literate star and condensed into a 5-colored seed body. The 5-colored seed body with the face of Xiao Hua was precisely the image of an inner sage and an outer monarch. After the seed body gently raised its hand and patted the 9 continents cauldron below it, the cauldron emitted a crisp clang sound and shook Xiao Hua's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. In the midst of the shaking, the literate star disappeared without a trace. The 5-colored seed body also disappeared without a trace. Even the auspicious signs that filled the sky and the smiling sages also disappeared without a trace. Only the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua had his eyes tightly closed. The 5 elements true qi around his body slowly flowed like the literate star, as if he was in seclusion. Chapter 42:15. Xiao Hua understood something in his heart. He knew that his 5 qis unifications were already close to perfection. He raised his head to look. That literary star that had suppressed all the stars to the point of dimming flashed with a brilliant light, turned into a shooting star and rushed into the void, also disappearing. It was like a banquet that had come to an end. The sky was clear, and the earth was empty. The terrifying auras above the desolate continent began to sweep towards them. Let's go. Xiao Hua chuckled. His figure had already turned into a gust of wind, leaving behind a dreamy silhouette in the night sky. After flying for several days, Xiao Hua saw a towering mountain in front of him. He descended and waved his hand, taking out the ink jade cheline from his space. The black jade cheline landed on the mountain rock. The raging fire beneath his feet melted the rock into liquid. Then, he raised his eyes and looked around. A cloud appeared beneath his feet and flew into the air. Then, he transmitted his voice, "Zhenren, please, hey." Xiao Hua did not mount the ink jade cheline. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "No need. This Xiao knows that was just a temporary measure. You want this Xiao to let the other desolate beasts go. This Xiao has already left the imperial palace. You can go by yourself." Ah! The ink jade cheline was stunned for a moment, then a trace of pleasant surprise appeared in its eyes. But it only lasted for a moment before it shook its head and said, "No. Since I've already promised, I must do it. Even if I'm your mount for a day, it's my promise." "All right." Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then nodded. Then you can be this Xiao's mount for a day. With that said, Xiao Hua landed on the ink jade Chaline's back and sat cross-legged. Dao Master, where should we go now? The ink jade Chaline asked. Xiao Hua smiled wryly. How could he know where the Fortune Gate's disciples were? Moreover, Xiao Hua was currently in seclusion, he couldn't disturb him for no reason. Go find the heaven-devouring beast. Xiao Hua casually sent a voice transmission. Heaven-devouring beast. Oh, I understand. The ink jade Chaline was dazed for a moment, then immediately understood. There was no need to determine the direction, a cloud appeared under its feet and it flew towards a certain direction. After flying for a while, the ink jade Chaline thought of something. It opened its mouth, and a long crystal flew out. Xiao Hua knew that it was obtained in the imperial palace. He waved his hand and caught the crystal. As soon as the crystal landed, a strange voice immediately rang out in Xiao Hua's mind. 100 years, heaven-connecting peak, divine artifact arrive. Oh! Xiao Hua was taken aback. His gaze landed on the crystal, but he saw that the crystal was sparkling and translucent. Inside the crystal, there was a sparkling light, but that was it, there was nothing else. Xiao Hua used his divine perception to scan it again. This crystal was still ordinary, and he couldn't see anything strange about it. Xiao Hua asked the ink jade Chaline via sound transmission, Tongtian Peak. Where is it? I don't know. Black Jade Kylin answered without hesitation. None of the mountains on untainted land have names. That's strange. What does the gather inside the crystal mean? Xiao Hua frowned and transmitted his voice. The Black Jade Chaline shook its head and wagged its tail. It's very simple. 100 years later, a divine artifact will appear on the heavenly connecting peak. Nonsense. Xiao Hua laughed and scolded. I naturally know this sentence, but the key is that no one knows where Tongtian Peak is, so how can we find the divine artifact? I don't know about this. The Black Jade Chaline replied, there's still some time before the 100-year deadline. Maybe we can go out and look for it. Take this crystal stone. Xiao Hua threw the crystal in front of the Black Jade Chaline's head and said with a smile, maybe this divine artifact is yours. Daoist, you can go by yourself. The Black Jade Chaline didn't catch it, but shook its head and said, I also obtained this crystal before, and it also mentioned Tongtian Peak. Previously, I was too frivolous, thinking that the entire untainted land was our world. But in the last 10 years, I calmed down and carefully thought about it. Only then did I realize that I was too shallow. Those powerful beasts didn't bother to lower themselves to our level. We only bullied some weak beasts. Not to mention the entire untainted land, we were nothing even in this area of 1,000,000 miles. We were able to enter the imperial court a few times and obtain some weapons, but those were all things that other beasts looked down on. And this time, for that inexplicable thing, we almost all lost our lives. This so-called Heaven Link Peak is probably an extremely dangerous place. How can we possibly survive if we go there with our strength? When I obtained the crystal before, I even discussed with the Black Sky White Tiger how to find it. Now, I'm determined not to go. Hey! Hearing the Black Jade Chaline's words, Xiao Hua really had a feeling of a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. But thinking about it, the Black Jade Chaline followed the other 4 little beasts of the untainted land all day long and acted domineeringly on the untainted land. Who would teach them? I unintentionally imprisoned him for 10 years, precisely giving him the opportunity to meditate and let him see himself clearly. This harvest is more important than obtaining some weapon. Good. Xiao Hua slightly pondered, clapped his hands and said with a smile, if you have this idea, your future is immeasurable. Alas! The Black Jade Chaline heard and couldn't help but sigh. It shook its head and said, I really don't dare to think about the so-called future. To tell you the truth, I did bully that sky-devouring beast some time ago, but I only wanted to snatch a weapon from him and obtain the cultivation method from the weapon. However, my luck wasn't good, and the others weren't good either. We obtained some weapons, but we never obtained the cultivation method from them like in the legends. At this point, the Black Jade Chaline said self-deprecatingly, if you didn't mention sky-devouring beast, I would have long forgotten about him. On the untainted land, there's only the strong preying on the weak. There's no such thing as bullying. Xiao Hua's heart moved as if he thought of something, but he held his chin with his hand and was somewhat hesitant. He didn't speak. It wasn't just a day since he arrived at Sky-Devouring Beast's lair, but unfortunately, Sky-Devouring Beast wasn't there. Xiao Hua released his divine perception and scanned several tens of thousands of li, but he didn't find any trace of Sky-Devouring Beast. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, knowing that his fate with Sky-Devouring Beast should be over. He floated down from the black jade Chaline's back and patted its head. Although the black jade Chaline slightly tilted its body to dodge, Xiao Hua's hand still fell. After patting it a few times, Xiao Hua said, "Your so-called cultivation method, this old man has it, and it's absolutely suitable for you to cultivate." "Really?" The black jade Chaline was wild with joy and transmitted, "Can you give it to me, Daoist?" Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. "This old man is a human. My human race has a saying, cultivation methods can't be imparted lightly. Moreover, this old man doesn't understand you, so how can I give such an important thing to you?" "Then." The black jade Chaline was somewhat anxious. "Then, how about I follow you and be your mount? This old man is different from you. I won't stay in the untainted land for long." Xiao Hua evaded. "And you belong to this land. I can leave with you." The black jade Chaline answered without hesitation. "You don't understand." Xiao Hua still shook his head. "The place I want to go is beyond your imagination. There aren't any untainted land beasts there, and there isn't such a vast and boundless untainted land. Moreover, that place is full of humans like me, so many that you don't dare to believe it. They might not kill you, but they might use you to kill others. Especially, that place doesn't have such good cultivation conditions as the untainted land. Then why don't you impart the cultivation method to me?" The black jade Chaline didn't understand and asked. "This way, I can cultivate here. Teaching you the method to kill the heaven-swallowing beast is the same as me killing the heaven-swallowing beast." Xiao Hua could only explain like this. "So I can't easily pass this method to you. How can it be the same? Understand that I killed it. If I don't teach you, you naturally can't kill it. But because I taught you, the heaven-swallowing beast was killed by you. This is the karma I'm talking about." "I don't understand. If you don't want to teach, then forget it." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, "If I don't want to teach, I'm afraid I won't even tell you. I just want to let you know that in this untainted land, you may be free and unfettered, but you will never be able to stand at the peak of all living things. If you leave with me, perhaps it will be far more difficult than you think. But when you have the chance to return here, you will discover that the previous peak is merely a mud ball under your feet. However, this difficulty will make you lose your life, will make you regret, and will consign you to eternal damnation. I'll go." The ink jade Chaline's blood boiled after hearing Xiao Hua's words, and it shouted without any hesitation. Xiao Hua smiled faintly, and an unfathomable expression appeared on his face. He transmitted again, "Don't be anxious, slowly think about it. This old man probably won't be able to leave for several decades. During this period of time, follow this old man. It won't be too late for you to make a decision after this old man leaves." "All right." The ink jade Chaline nodded vigorously and asked, "Now, where are we going?" "That direction, to the stone giant's nest." Xiao Hua seemed to be in high spirits as he raised his hand and pointed in a direction. "That's right," abducting a ink jade Chaline back to the hidden immortal land as a mount, sitting on the back of a demonic beast race great sage, his grandmother, who would dare to challenge Daoist Xiao? Xiao Hua's direction might be wrong, but under the ink jade Chaline's guidance, Xiao Hua easily found the Fortune Gate's disciples. Xiao Hua met the Fortune Gate's disciples and asked about the stone giant's location. He rode on the ink jade Chaline and returned to the hidden immortal land. In less than 10 days, Liu Yi came over with Jiang Hong. Seeing that Xiao Hua was safe and sound, the two of them were very happy and came to greet him. Xiao Hua helped the two of them up and asked about the Fortune Gate situation before nodding slightly. In the 10 years that Xiao Hua disappeared, the Fortune Gate's disciples also taught the desolate continent. The stone giants, water fish people, golden armored people, wood giants, and earth giants, as well as the wind beasts, armored beasts, void silver monkeys, and other low-level desolate beasts learned how to read and write under the teachings of the Fortune Gate's disciples. They also learned the basic cultivation method. They no longer needed to look for spirit stones to fill their stomachs. Instead, they could directly absorb the heaven and earth origin energy to survive. They also didn't need to gesticulate, but could communicate with words. Some of the desolate beasts could even write records. Chapter 42:16. In the beginning, the Fortune Gate's disciples were taught by laying them flat, but later they felt that this method was too slow, so under Wang Bianfei's suggestion, they decided to teach them by scattering seeds. This was to divide the Fortune Gate disciples into many groups and scatter them all over the desolate mainland like fire seeds. Then, they would educate the surrounding desolate land's variant races. When these variant races learned how to read and write, and how to cultivate, the Fortune Gate disciples would lead these variant races to other places to educate them. This method of teaching that a single spark could start a prairie fire spread across the entire desolate mainland like a starstorm. It was precisely because of this that Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua was able to accumulate enough merit points to teach the All Saints Point Out literature in 10 years. Hearing Liu Yi and Jiang Hong's words, Xiao Hua nodded and praised. The ancients have said, many people gather firewood to make the fire taller. If Master did this alone, I don't know how long it would take. It is really this old man's fortune to have disciples like you. Isn't this all thanks to Master's teachings? Liu Yi laughed. If Master didn't establish the Fortune Gate, how could us disciples be where we are today? Master. Jiang Hong, who had been wanting to ask, finally found an opportunity to ask, where is disciple's master? Disciple, master is fine. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's voice came from Xiao Hua's body. Wait for master to cultivate for a few more years, then I will be completely healed. Yes, disciple understands. Hearing Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's voice, Jiang Hong was completely relieved. She looked at the black jade cheline under Xiao Hua and smiled. This is master's new mount, right? Not yet. Xiao Hua laughed. This thing is too powerful, it can even injure your master. Master is still considering whether to keep it or not. Ah! Hearing that the black jade cheline could injure Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, Jiang Hong's beautiful face paled, and vigilance rose in her eyes. Xiao Hua did not mention this matter. Instead, he waved his hand and took out the copper coin. This coin, along with the golden toad's blood, flesh, and stripes, Xiao Hua had kept this coin in his space, but who would have thought that several years ago, when Xiao Hua was comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, Phoenix Physique Xiao Hua took this coin out of his space. Although Phoenix Physique Xiao Hua was not good at refining magic tools, this coin was repaired by the laws of heaven and earth after it left the space. It merged with the golden toad's stripes. Xiao Hua passed the copper coin to Liu Yi and said, Disciple, this is a magic artifact that I obtained in the ruins, right? Its original power was extremely great, and it wasn't something you could control. Earlier, in order to kill the demon emperor, it had self-detonated, causing its grade to drop significantly. Now that I've refined it, I should be able to use it. Since you don't have a suitable artifact yet, I'll bestow this to you. When Liu Yi heard that this item could kill the demon emperor, his eyes immediately lit up with joy. He reached out to receive it and bowed, Disciple thanks master. May I know the name of this item? This. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment before he said, this thing can cause a myriad of treasures to fall, so let's call it the copper coin of treasurefall. Disciple understands. Liu Yi held the copper coin in his hand, but his tone was filled with joy. Xiao Hua withdrew another jade slip and placed it on his forehead for a short moment before he passed it to Liu Yi and said, this is the method to refine and control the copper coin of treasurefall. Comprehend it yourself. Yes. Liu Yi respectfully received the jade slip and carefully hid it. Master, disciple still doesn't have a suitable artifact. Seeing that her husband had obtained an ancient artifact, Jiang Hong couldn't stop smiling. However, she still acted coquettishly and said, the demonic spear that you bestowed to senior brother Yuanya is really too powerful. Disciple is very envious. Xiao Hua glared at Jiang Hong and said, how can I have a dragon artifact here? Even your master doesn't have one. Wait for a chance in the future. All right. You must remember it in the future. Jiang Hong giggled and said, you must pay attention to it for disciple. Oh, that's right, Master. Liu Yi naturally thought that Jiang Hong was being petty. At this moment, he interrupted her and took out a few spatial rings from his bosom and handed them to Xiao Hua. These are the things that disciple obtained from this continent in the past 10 years. Xiao Hua took the spatial ring and saw that there were many things inside. Some were ordinary giant trees, some were rare spirit grasses, some were strange materials, and so on and so forth. Xiao Hua casually glanced at the spatial rings and said, "Not bad. The things here can't be found in the hidden immortal continent. No one knows what they will be used for in the future. All of you can do whatever you want to him. He, disciple will do just that." Liu Yi covered his mouth and laughed. As Liu Yi and Jiang Hong chatted with Xiao Hua, they brought Xiao Hua towards the lava where the stone giant was. The ink jade Chelene beneath Xiao Hua asked via sound transmission, "Daoist, these two, are they also humans? Why did you give them that weapon?" "This is my disciple," Xiao Hua explained. "That is a magic artifact used by my human race. I taught it to him so that he can protect himself." Can I be your disciple?" The ink jade Chelene asked somewhat pleadingly. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I don't want to accept any more disciples now. However, even if you are my mount, I will still teach you cultivation methods and bestow you a magic artifact. You don't have to worry about this." That's good. That's good." The ink jade Chelene heaved a sigh of relief, and the envy in its voice faded a little. After flying for a few more days, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept through many places. Just as Liu Yi said, although there were no Fortune Gate disciples in these places, he saw some low-level strange beasts interacting like humans. There were also some strange beasts absorbing origin energy to cultivate. It was completely different from 10 years ago. It was clear that the arrival of the Fortune Gate had indeed changed the desolate continent. Seeing that Liu Yi's words were true, Xiao Hua was even happier and praised him. Just as Xiao Hua rewarded Liu Yi and Jiang Hong with some cultivation methods and secret techniques, his brows raised. The green-robed Xiao Hua's voice sounded in his ears, "Fellow Daoist, why are you only back now? I's transmission array has already been completed." "Good." Xiao Hua's heart dropped. He looked around and said to Liu Yi and Jiang Hong with a smile, "You two bring the ink jade Chelene to the stone giant's lair first. Master still has some matters to attend to, so I will be back soon." "Yes, Master." Liu Yi and Jiang Hong bowed to send Xiao Hua off. Xiao Hua gave some instructions to the ink jade Chelene before disappearing in a flash. "Fellow Daoist." After Xiao Hua's figure left, Liu Yi and Jiang Hong looked at each other. Liu Yi smiled and said to the black jade Chelene, "Are you willing to let this poor Daoist teach you how to speak words?" Xiao Hua teleported to a mountain peak, which was precisely the place where he had crashed into the mysterious desolate continent. On the side of the mountain ridge, there was still a small hole there. However, before Xiao Hua could stabilize himself, caw, a few bird cries came from the inside of the cave. A goshawk-like bird of prey flew out from the cave. This bird of prey looked at Xiao Hua with extreme vigilance. It was not in a hurry to spread its wings and fly high. Instead, it surrounded the cave and sat cross-legged, as if it was preventing Xiao Hua from snatching its territory. If it were not for the terrifying aura on Xiao Hua's body, this bird of prey would have already attacked him from the sky. "You beast!" Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glared at the bird and scolded, "This hole was created by this old man, you still dare to leave? Namo Metria Buddha." As soon as Xiao Hua's voice fell, Buddha Body's figure quietly appeared beside Xiao Hua. He put his palms together and said, "This poor monk greets you." Xiao Hua turned his head to look at Buddha Body. There was no change compared to 10 years ago, but Xiao Hua was clear in his heart that the number one teaching merit on the desolate continent should be Buddha Bodies. Moreover, Buddha Body must have obtained a lot of merit with the help of Namo Metria Buddha's Buddha light. Since the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua could obtain the all-living beings point song, Buddha Body must have obtained even more. It was just that the cultivation of Buddhism was different from that of Confucian cultivators, so the Buddhist vision did not appear on the desolate continent for the time being. However, thinking that the more merit Buddha Body obtained, the closer Namo Metria Buddha's Buddha fruit would be to Buddha Body, and the less the pitiful Jiang Liu would obtain. Xiao Hua's heart ached for no reason. "Greetings, great master." Xiao Hua put away his distracting thoughts and bowed in return. Caw! Seeing two enemies suddenly appear in front of him, that bird of prey no longer dared to hesitate. With a low cry, it spread its wings and flew away. However, after flying 100 feet away, it still turned its head to look at Xiao Hua and Body Yu. As long as a bird has its own nest, it must do its best to protect it, lest it be taken away by others. How can ordinary people not have such thoughts? Buddha Body did not know whether he understood Xiao Hua's thoughts or felt the pain in Xiao Hua's heart. Looking at the bird of prey in the distance, he said in a faint tone, "This Namo Metria Buddha fruit is the Buddha fruit that Liu cultivated for who knows how many lifetimes. If this poor monk snatched it away for no reason, how could he be willing? Therefore, Sandalwood, you don't have to worry too much. This poor monk has already thought it through. When this Buddha fruit returns to the hidden immortal continent, I will definitely return it to Liu. Then I will go to the Blood Sea on the yin side of the space and transform into a devil." Buddha Body's words had actually been said long ago. Mentioning it again at this time, Xiao Hua also had mixed feelings. He nodded and said, "No need to mention this matter again. Let's talk about it after we return to the hidden immortal continent. Yes, this poor monk knows that green-robed Sandalwood has already built the teleportation formation. However, Soul Cultivator Sandalwood has not been able to obtain the mark marked by the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense." Buddha Body replied, "And according to green-robed Sandalwood, this matter may be very difficult. Passing through the barrier between the two worlds is naturally extremely difficult." Xiao Hua nodded. "This matter has already been discussed with fellow Taoists in the ruins earlier. Previously, I thought that the divine sense mark here was the Great Snow Mountain. I didn't expect it to be this mysterious Great Desolation continent. Although I still don't know why, but..." At this point, Xiao Hua took a deep breath, looked up at the starry sky, and said, "As long as there is a trace of hope, we must use all of our strength to do it. Otherwise, when the opportunity comes and we're not ready, it'll be too late for regret." Chapter 42:17. "Yes, this place is not bad, but it is not your home." Buddha Body sighed softly. "The people and things you are familiar with are all on a distant continent. Home." Buddha Body's words immediately touched Xiao Hua's heart. He raised his head to look around the wilderness and sighed. What is home? His homeland? Family? Or is it a childhood memory? What fellow Daoist said is right. While they were talking, the green-robed Xiao Hua also arrived with a solemn expression. There might be fellow Daoist spiritual sense mark here. It might be related to fellow Daoist's home. However, there are no humans on this continent. Even if it is fellow Daoist's home, it is a matter of billions of years later. The current desolate continent has nothing to do with you. Yes. The same people, the same place, but the time is different. This place and the people are different." Xiao Hua sighed. "Perhaps this is the place where I am closest to my dream, but with the law of time, I am the furthest away from my dream. Knowing where your dream is, doesn't that mean you have a direction to pursue your dream?" Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua also stepped out of the void and said, "Even if we work hard, there will be a day when we can break through the chains of the law of time and capture our dream." Xiao Hua smiled and saluted. "Many thanks, fellow Taoists. With so many fellow Taoists on the road of life, this road is no longer lonely. You're welcome, you're welcome." The green-robed Xiao Hua waved his hand. "Everything can wait until we return to the Great Snow Mountain." "All right." Xiao Hua nodded, then asked Buddha Body, "Where is fellow Daoist Tempered Bones?" The Fortune Gate's disciples encountered some problems while educating. They seemed to have encountered a very powerful desolate beast. Yuanya and the other disciples couldn't handle it, so Tempered Bones Sandalwood rushed over to help. The transmission array has been built. With the Great Snow Mountain spiritual sense mark, we can use it at any time. Can the Fortune Gate's disciples return to Shenhua continent now? Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice. The Fortune Gate's disciples could naturally return to the Shenhua continent at any time, but Xiao Hua was worried that the desolate continent's teachings would be abandoned halfway. However, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "Oh right, This Daoist asked the Fortune Gate's disciples to look for a suitable place for the human race to thrive. Is there any news? Before Buddha Body could speak, the green-robed Xiao Hua asked, fellow Daoist is looking for a suitable place for the incense cult's disciples? That's right. Xiao Hua explains, the disciples of the fragrant order came from the ruins. Their techniques are different from those of the hidden immortal continent. They might not be suitable to follow us to the hidden immortal continent. It's not that it's not necessarily. It's definitely not suitable. The green-robed Xiao Hua resolutely and decisively said, when we arrive at the hidden immortal continent, how can the incense cult's orthodoxy be preserved? If they weren't killed by the Confucian cultivators, then they would die because they couldn't adapt to the environment of the hidden immortal continent. The desolate continent, the Xiao. Cloud desolate heaven and earth Xiao. The world heavenly world. The best part is that there are no sects fighting with the incense cult here. Unfortunately, the desolate continent is very different from the ruins. Buddha Body shook his head and said, there are desolate beasts everywhere, how can there be a place for the human race? If the incense cult's 30,000 disciples were placed here, they would become the desolate beasts' food in a few days. We can help them build a defensive formation. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua interjected. Help for now, but not forever. Xiao Hua ancestor Xiao Hua disagreed. How can a defensive formation help the incense cult defend against the endless desolate beasts? Not necessarily. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua retorted, if the defensive formation is strong enough, and the incense cult's disciples can cultivate into a few high-level cultivators before the formation collapses, they may be able to establish a foundation on the desolate continent. Not likely. Buddha Body said, this monk has been enlightening the desolate continent for more than a decade, so I have some understanding of the desolate continent. If the Fortune Gate's disciples are not strong enough and do not have the advantage of numbers, it will be very difficult for them to take even half a step on the desolate continent. Xiao Hua's original intention was to ask Buddha Body, and now that he heard Buddha Body's words, he somewhat understood. However, he still asked, so, in these years, the Fortune Gate's disciples have not found a suitable place for the human race to reproduce? Yes. Buddha Body nodded, then said, as for the Fortune Gate's disciples, they have spread the fire seeds of enlightenment everywhere the human race can reach. With these fire seeds, the prelude to enlightenment has already begun. Since the prelude has already begun, the person who started the prelude is naturally no longer needed. Xiao Hua had already asked Xiao Hua about the situation of the Fortune Gate's disciples, and from Xiao Hua's words, he understood the significance of the Fortune Gate's disciples spreading the fire seeds. Hearing Buddha Body's words, he immediately ordered, in that case, Grandmaster, please pass down the Fortune Gate's order for all Fortune Gate's disciples to return. Prepare to return to the Shenhua mainland. Yes, this monk understands. Buddha Body did not dare to delay. After listening to Xiao Hua's order, he stepped on a Buddha cloud and left. Xiao Hua then turned to the green-robed Xiao Hua and said, let's go, fellow Daoist, let us see how good the transmission array you built is. Haha, fellow Daoist, please. The green-robed Xiao Hua was as proud as when he was in the ruins. He led Xiao Hua to the foot of the mountain, but when he saw the capital star formation at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Hua chuckled. He pointed at the formation and asked, if our grand formation can't protect the lives of the incense-spreading cult's disciples, how can this grand formation protect the transmission array? The grand formation is secondary, the main thing is that fellow Daoist is here. The green-robed Xiao Hua was very sophisticated, and he flattered Xiao Hua, leaving Xiao Hua speechless. When they entered the grand formation, they saw a transmission array standing in midair. It was much smaller than the grand formation they built in the ruins. Moreover, there were 9 grooves on the grand formation, which seemed to be used to place spirit stones in ordinary transmission arrays. Seeing this kind of transmission array, Xiao Hua was really surprised. He frowned and said, fellow Daoist, what we said before. I thought it was a joke. To be transmitted from the great desolate continent to the great snow mountain, we have to pass through realms. This realm is even more solid than the Moon God realm and Tai Bai Star realm. That could be the barrier between the higher realm and the lower realm. Fellow Daoist, can this kind of transmission array work? The green-robed Xiao Hua replied with confidence. The ancients said that the meat in the bun is not in the fold. Fellow Daoist, don't think that I's transmission array is small, it is more powerful than the previous ones. Soon after, the green-robed Xiao Hua explained the advantages of this transmission array, and finally pointed to the 9 grooves and said, when the transmission array is activated, it can reduce the interference of the barrier between the 2 realms and establish communication with the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense mark. When the location of the transmission array is confirmed, fellow Daoist and fellow Daoist soul cultivator can use the south opposite north technique to stabilize the transmission array. Moreover, soul cultivator Xiao Hua continued the green-robed Xiao Hua's words, and explained, the barrier between the 2 realms sounds very difficult to break through, and ordinary cultivators can only pass through it when they are ascending. If it is from the higher realm to the lower realm, it should be called a reverse passage. It is even more difficult than passing through. However, fellow Daoist seems to have forgotten, if we can feel the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense mark, what does that mean? It means that the reverse passage between the 2 realms has been opened, and we only need to control the transmission array well, and can accurately find the location marked by the divine sense mark. Good. Xiao Hua clapped and said, I understand what you 2 fellow Taoists are saying. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoists. Now, everything is ready, except for the east wind. This east wind is really hard to blow. Green-robed Xiao Hua spoiled the mood. Who knows when the reverse passage will open? We will wait here and cultivate. Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua didn't care, and said with a smile, it's better if we can wait, but if we can't, then we might as well cultivate until the end. Xiao Hua's heart was moved, and he nodded slightly. Fellow Daoist soul cultivator is right. We all have our own cultivation techniques. If it really can't be done, then we will settle down here. Xiao Hua had just finished speaking when Buddha Body entered the array and said with his palms pressed together, Sandalwood, the order has been passed down, the Fortune Gate disciples will return in a few days. We will wait here. Xiao Hua looked around and said with a smile, as long as we leave a divine sense mark, we can use the south opposite north technique to rush back at any time, so why wait here? Why don't we take advantage of this time to travel around the desolate continent? That's right, it should be like this. Green-robed Xiao Hua was overjoyed. I haven't gone out since I arrived here. Of course we can leave a divine sense mark, but a divine sense mark is also a kind of hidden danger. I have many soul cultivator secret techniques that can be used with divine sense marks. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua suggested, why don't we let I leave a temporary mark that can be used? When we return, the mark will disappear. Naturally, Xiao Hua agreed. After Xiao Hua cast his spell, the group arrived at the bottom of the lava where the stone giant resided. Seeing that Xiao Hua had returned, the little stone giant who had been saved by Xiao Hua became somewhat timid. However, he still bravely stepped forward, bowed and saluted. This little one thanks Daoist for saving my life, and also thanks Daoist for everything you've done for my tribe. Looking at the stone giant that was much bigger than him, Xiao Hua thought of the past, and then looked at the present. He felt that everything the Fortune Gate disciples had done in the past 10 years was more valuable than anything they had done before. He smiled and nodded, little guy, although you and I don't belong to the same tribe, or even, not the same race, I feel that everything in the world has a soul, and must have love. Today, I helped your stone giant tribe with the help of the human race, and I also hope that your stone giant tribe can help other races in the future. Moreover, if there are any humans in the future, I also hope that you can treat them well. This little one will remember Tao Master's words, and will certainly take action. The little stone giant's words made Xiao Hua happy. Chapter 42:18. A while later, the stone giant patriarch also came over to greet Xiao Hua. He chatted with Xiao Hua for a while before leaving respectfully. However, from the beginning to the end, the stone giant patriarch did not look at the Buddha shrine they had been worshipping. Xiao Hua stood in the lava and scanned the area with his divine sense. He saw many stone giants in the distance. Some were cultivating, some were busy, and some were looking for newly condensed essence stones. The lava no longer looked like it was on the verge of death. Xiao Hua's mood became better. However, when his divine sense fell on the Buddha shrine, his heart skipped a beat. This was because even though the Buddha statue was sitting cross-legged in the niche and was complete, the crack from the top down was still very clear. There were even 2 streams of crimson lava flowing out from between the eyes of the Buddha statue, like 2 streams of blood tears. Let's go outside and wait for a while. Xiao Hua's tone was cold as he said this. He then flew out of the lava without looking back. Confucian Xiao Hua and his other avatars were confused. Buddha body's Buddhist sense swept over the Buddha shrine. He put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name as he followed Xiao Hua to the surface. At this time, there were already some disciples who were relatively close to the mountain. When the disciples saw Xiao Hua and the others standing on the mountain peak, they were very happy in their hearts. They didn't dare to come over and greet them, so they bowed from afar and then went to their own place to sit down cross-legged. Xiao Hua stood on the mountain peak, but he did not release his divine sense. He only looked at the red sunset in the distance and did not speak for a long time, allowing the orange sunset to illuminate his face. Seeing that the curtain of night was approaching, Xiao Hua spoke, "When I'm cultivating or running around, I don't feel anything. But when I'm idle and calm, looking at the setting sun, there's always a kind of hesitation in my heart. It's as if something has left, or as if I'm one step closer to the end. Sometimes, I don't want night to fall, and sometimes, I don't want dawn to come." Xiao Hua's words were profound. The green-robed Xiao Hua and the others stared at each other, not knowing how to answer. Buddha body opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, they turned into, "Namo Metria Buddha. How are the casualties of my Fortune Gates disciples in the past 10 years? Xiao Hua asked another question out of the blue. Buddha Subhuti was slightly taken aback before he shook his head and said, "This penniless monk does not know. Sandalwood, you can ask Fuji when. However, this penniless monk believes that there should be not too much." Soul cultivator Xiao Hua felt a little awkward and hurried to help Huang Xiaolong out. After all, the Fortune Gates disciples went out in a battle group. It's already good enough that they didn't bully other beasts. Just as they were talking, a divine sense swept over from afar. When it landed on Xiao Hua's body, it immediately withdrew. A voice called out in pleasant surprise, "Master, you've returned." The one who came along with the voice was Wang Yifei. Master is back." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "What have you gained in these 10 years? Hehe, of course there is." Wang Bianfei smiled as he took out some universe bangles from his bosom and said, "There are treasures everywhere in the prehistoric continent. I want to take everything I see." Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that even his own disciple was clear about his little problem of being greedy. As soon as they met, he wanted to hand over the things he collected to him. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Master is asking about your cultivation." "Don't worry, Master." Wang Bianfei was still smiling mischievously like the little boy he used to be. He answered, "Others may not know about this disciple's talent, but how could Master not know? Even if this disciple doesn't sleep, I can still cultivate." Xiao Hua glared at Wang Bianfei and scolded, "A person must be humble. Don't you know that there is an ancient saying, pride makes people regress? Disciple is only speaking the truth." Wang Bianfei rolled his eyes and said with grievance, "But, if Master also gives this disciple a spiritual treasure, this disciple's cultivation will definitely be more powerful." Xiao Hua knew that Wang Bianfei was envious of Yuanya's bone spear, so he waved his hand and said, "Everyone has their own opportunities. Your 2 senior brothers will naturally meet each other when their fate arrives. When your fate arrives, you will also get it." "Ah! Other than senior brother Yuanya, which other senior brother has such good fortune? What kind of spiritual treasure did he get from Master?" Wang Bianfei stomped his feet in exasperation. Xiao Hua laughed, "It's Liu Yi. It's just a copper coin of treasure fall, it's nothing. Why don't you ask him for it?" Wang Bianfei had always had a similar temper with Liu Yi. Hearing that Liu Yi got a treasure, other than envy, he didn't have any other thoughts. He still begged, "Master, you are too biased. This disciple still doesn't have a suitable spiritual treasure. There are so many good things in your Kunlun immortal realm, can't you give this disciple one?" As he spoke, Wang Bianfei handed the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand to Xiao Hua and said, This disciple will exchange these things, okay? TSK. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Keep these things for yourself. Don't you know what a spiritual treasure is? How can it be so easy to get it? At this point, Xiao Hua smiled and said, how about this? If you find a dual cultivation partner, I can consider giving you a spiritual treasure. Master, are you sure? Wang Bianfei jumped up again. There is no human race on this primeval desolate continent. Where do you want me to find one? Are there few female cultivators on Shenhua continent? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Don't you like any of them? I don't feel anything, I just don't like them. Wang Bianfei shrugged, as if he was very familiar with them. Xiao Hua understood at a glance. Liu Yi and Jiang Hong probably played matchmaker for Wang Bianfei, and Wang Bianfei definitely didn't like any of them. Don't tell me you want to ascend to the immortal world and find another fairy. Xiao Hua casually scolded. Oh, right, master, if you didn't mention the immortal world, this disciple forgot one thing. Wang Bianfei suddenly woke up and hurriedly lowered his head to search the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand for a moment, and took out a 3-inch long phoenix hairpin. As soon as this phoenix hairpin was taken out, it immediately emitted an aura that Xiao Hua had never seen before. However, this aura gave Xiao Hua a vague sense of familiarity. Xiao Hua looked at it again and saw that the phoenix hairpin was sparkling and translucent. It was neither gold nor wood, and was made of a material that Xiao Hua had never seen before. Moreover, the phoenix hairpin was covered with spots that resembled stars. Each of the spots emitted an indescribable fluctuation. Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and asked curiously, what is this? Where did you get it from? This was picked up by this disciple from a huge tree in a valley 3 years ago. This disciple doesn't know what it is, but this disciple. Wang Bianfei's face was slightly red, and he whispered, after this disciple got it, he occasionally met an extremely beautiful female cultivator in his dreams. She seemed to be trapped somewhere and wanted to say something to this disciple, but this disciple couldn't understand a single word. Oh! Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. He raised his hand, and the phoenix hairpin fell into his hand, and he said, you wouldn't be like Fujiwen, meeting an immortal palace female official imprisoned in this phoenix hairpin, right? However, when Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over it, the phoenix hairpin seemed to be invisible, and his divine sense couldn't detect it at all. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and raised his hand. A thick lightning thread stretched out from his finger, and the lightning thread wrapped around an extremely thin crystal wire. However, when the lightning thread fell into the phoenix hairpin only trembled slightly, and didn't even release any brilliance. Strange. Subsequently, Xiao Hua tried soul cultivation, Confucian cultivation, and other methods, but the phoenix hairpin still didn't move. Forget it. Xiao Hua helplessly returned the phoenix hairpin to Wang Bianfei, and said, you'd better keep this thing for yourself. Wait. When this master ascends to the immortal world, Ayo, immortal world, wait. Speaking until here, Xiao Hua cried out involuntarily, yes, this is an item from the immortal world. The markings on this phoenix hairpin are the immortal world's runes. These markings are very similar to some of the immortal world's cultivation methods that master obtained. Damn it, could it be? This phoenix hairpin really is a fairy from the immortal world? It can't be, right? Wang Bianfei also looked at the phoenix hairpin in Xiao Hua's hand in disbelief. This disciple casually picked it up. Yes. After Xiao Hua recovered from his shock, he stuffed the phoenix hairpin into Wang Bianfei's hand. Fujiwen's female official wife was also picked up inside the mountain rock. Your luck has come, you actually picked up a fairy from the immortal world. You'd better keep this phoenix hairpin for yourself. Wait until the day you ascend to the immortal world, maybe you'll be able to open the restriction, and you'll finally be able to marry her. Wang Bianfei looked at the phoenix hairpin in his hand. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry awkwardly. Xiao Hua might not know, but he was very clear in his heart. Several of his martial brothers often joked about Fujiwen's matter, saying that his Bayan was picked up. He didn't expect that he would also be involved in this kind of matter. Enough. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at him, pointed in a direction and said, don't laugh silly. Liu Yi is back, you go and pick him up. Yes, master. Wang Bianfei hurriedly put the phoenix hairpin into his bosom. Just as he was about to fly, He stopped and said in a low voice, "Master, you can't tell this to the other martial brothers." "I know." Xiao Hua nodded. "Master will keep it a secret for you." "Thank you, Master." Wang Bianfei happily left, but just as he flew 100 feet, the green-robed Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Ian, if you don't tell your martial brothers, you can tell your martial sister or martial sister." When these words fell into Wang Bianfei's ears, Wang Bianfei almost fell from the sky. "Go, go," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Don't listen to your martial uncle's nonsense, he's just joking with you." After Wang Bianfei flew away, Xiao Hua thought of something. He gave the green-robed Xiao Hua the secret sound transmission technique that Devouring Heaven gave him, and said with a smile, "The cultivation world is vast and boundless, there are also many cultivators in it. However, there's a language barrier between them, it's quite troublesome. This secret technique should be very useful, fellow Daoist. Take a look and see how you can modify it so that ordinary cultivators can use it. At the very least, you can let Wang Bianfei cultivate. That female immortal should be using the language of the immortal world. We can't understand. If Wang Bianfei understands, maybe he can discover something. It's useful for us to leave the Great Wasteland continent." Chapter 42:19. Oh, is there such a magical technique in this world? Quickly, let me take a look. The green-robed Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He hurriedly received the jade eyes and sat down cross-legged to study them. Buddha Subhuti asked from the side, "Tan Yu, what about Dragon Vein Tan Yu and Phoenix Physique Tan Yu? How are they? Why haven't they come out?" Xiao Hua answered indifferently, "They were injured in the Imperial Palace and are still in seclusion. Maybe they will come out in a few years." "Namo Metria," Buddha Subhuti chanted, then sat down cross-legged without saying anything else. Half an hour later, the black jade Chaline's silhouette appeared on the distant horizon. The dark green flames around him looked very strange in the dark night. The black jade Chaline's soul force swept over the surroundings, and when he saw so many humans, he was shocked. He was even more respectful when he saw Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was stunned when he heard the black jade Chaline's words. "Master, if you don't accept this lowly one as your disciple, this lowly one is willing to be the demonic beast guarding Master's cultivation dwelling." Xiao Hua looked at Liu Yi behind the black jade Chaline and asked, "Do you know what guarding a cultivation dwelling is?" The black jade Chaline didn't seem to understand Xiao Hua's words. It pondered for a moment before stammering, "I don't know." Obviously, the black jade Chaline's first sentence was taught by Liu Yi. The black jade Chaline could recite it very well, and its flattering tone was similar to a black bear's. Xiao Hua only wanted to kidnap a demonic beast to be his mount, and Liu Yi wanted to trick the black jade Chaline into guarding the fortune gate. Like teacher, like disciple are. Xiao Hua chuckled, waving his hand, "We'll talk about this later, you wait at the side." "Yes." The black jade Chaline pondered for a moment, then stood not far from Xiao Hua. Several hours later, the moon gradually set, revealing the first glimmer of dawn in the distance. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out and saw a group of Fortune Gate's disciples flying back, but there was no sign of Yuan Ya. Xiao Hua's brows furrowed as he ordered, "Liu Yi, Jiang Hong, Wang Bianfei, go greet Yuan Ya, they seem to have run into trouble." "Yes, disciple understands." Liu Yi didn't dare to be negligent. He took Jiang Hong and Wang Bianfei and prepared to fly away. However, Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He looked at the ink jade Chaline and sent a sound transmission, "If you have nothing to do, you can also go with them. You are extremely familiar with the desolate continent." "All right." The ink jade Chaline was standing in midair, feeling bored. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, it hurriedly flew to Liu Yi's side and followed the three of them to step on the clouds and leave. In the following days, Fujiwen and the other Fortune Gate disciples returned to the Fortune Gate. The group of Fortune Gate disciples organized themselves and handed over the spoils they had plundered on the desolate mainland to Fujiwen and the others. Fujiwen then distributed the medicinal pellets, secret techniques, and other treasures that Xiao Hua had given him according to each disciple's harvest. After a few more days of work, Xiao Hua finally took out the Kunlun mirror and sent all the Fortune Gate disciples into his space. "I'm afraid there's trouble again." Seeing that the bone-honing Xiao Hua had not returned for a long time, and Liu Yi and the others had not returned, Xiao Hua already had a plan in mind. He asked Fu Jiwen, "Have all the Fortune Gate disciples returned? Other than the fallen disciples and the disciples who followed junior brother Yuanya, the rest have returned to Shenhua mainland." Fu Jiwen knew that Xiao Hua was soft-hearted, so he obediently avoided mentioning the number of fallen disciples and answered, "En." Xiao Hua nodded and asked again, "Do you know where Yuanya and the others went?" "Disciple knows." Fu Jiwen replied, "Our respective locations were arranged by Martial Uncle Body and Martial Uncle Wantsu. We all know each other's location. Then you lead the way." Xiao Hua stood up and urged, "Master just happens to want to gain experience on the desolate mainland. Why don't you take a look at what kind of powerful opponents your martial uncle Bonehoning encountered?" Fu Jiwen was Xiao Hua's eyes and ears on the hidden immortal mainland. Now that he heard Xiao Hua's words, he naturally understood Xiao Hua's meaning. He pointed in the direction Liu Yi and the others went and respectfully said, "Master, let's go there." Fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua looked at the green-robed Xiao Hua and the others who also stood up and said with a smile, "How about following I to explore the desolate mainland?" "Good." Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua and Buddha Body responded. One went to the mysterious dark clouds, while the other went to the Niwen Palace. On the other hand, the green-robed Xiao Hua did not rush to enter the space. Instead, he went to Xiao Hua's lower dantian. However, just as his figure entered his dantian, a purple light shone and a wave of profound energy rushed into his body. The green-robed Xiao Hua was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly escaped from his lower dantian and cried out in alarm, "Fellow Daoist, what did you do to our invisible nascent soul?" "He, fellow Daoist, don't worry." Xiao Hua replied with a smile, "The invisible nascent soul had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a wisp of purple qi. This purple qi was not recorded in the Tao Gate's ancient records. It should be an item from the upper realm. The invisible nascent soul just came into contact with this item and has already stepped into the late stage of the Mahayana realm. It can enter the tribulation at any time. Oh, it should be said that it is not too far away from the 9th tribulation. You are still not familiar with this purple qi, so you naturally can't control the invisible nascent soul." The green-robed Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist, do you think our luck is too good? This kind of divine item is rare even in the upper realm, but we actually obtained it so easily. Don't tell me you don't know that this item is related to the heavenly Tao. Even if our luck is good, it is also a blessing in disguise." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "If not for the heavenly prison's tribulation, how could you and I come here? For us cultivators from the lower realm, everything on this desolate mainland, including the stones under our feet, is precious." "That's true," the green-robed Xiao Hua said. Xiao Hua's mind entered the space. "I will first modify this sound transmission technique and see if I can comprehend the profound meaning released by the invisible nascent soul. Then, I will try to control the invisible nascent soul." After arranging several clones, Xiao Hua's mind came out of the space. He looked at Fu Jiwen who was flying in front of him and said, "Just fly like this." "Yes." Fu Jiwen replied, "It should be in this direction." "All right." Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and covered Fu Jiwen with the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Then, his figure swayed, leaving behind a string of after-images. Xiao Hua teleported into the distance. Unfortunately, after a few times, Xiao Hua had no choice but to let Fu Jiwen out and let him point out the direction again. That Fu Jiwen indeed had this ability. No matter how complicated Xiao Hua's teleportation was, he could still find the direction without any sign of getting lost. In fact, Xiao Hua couldn't be blamed. The entire desolate mainland was filled with incomparably huge mountain ranges. On top of the mountain ranges were craggy rocks and occasionally huge trees. There wasn't much greenery. Most of them were needle-shaped leaves that were greenish-yellow in color. Any cultivator who flew thousands of li and took a closer look would find that the scenery was not much different from before. Other than the blazing sun in the sky that allowed them to identify the direction, other aspects were really hard to identify. "Master." After flying for several days, Fu Jiwen said in a low voice, "This desolate mainland is a little strange. Disciple feels that wherever it is called a lower realm, The 5 elements of heaven and earth are abundant and balanced, and the yin and yang energies are clearly separated. Why is the water element energy here so scarce? How did this desolate mainland form? Xiao Hua had naturally thought about it. He smiled and said, Master also thought about this that day. But this place is different from the hidden immortal mainland. It is a higher realm, and there are many mysteries that we don't know. Anyway, we won't stay here for long, and the Fortune Gate won't establish a sect again. Why should we care so much? Yes, disciple understands. Fujiwen was already used to Xiao Hua's laziness. While nodding his head, he thought of something and hesitated slightly before saying, Master, disciple doesn't know if junior brother Liu has reported to Master. Oh, what is it? When Master met him earlier, he told Master a lot of things. I don't know which one you're talking about. Xiao Hua urged his body and didn't pay much attention to it and casually replied. Fujiwen sighed and said, Ari, it seems like Liu Yi didn't mention it to Master. After this guy got married, he started to have many thoughts. Hehe, isn't that normal? Xiao Hua secretly laughed and replied with sorrow in his heart, there is a saying in the ancient times, after getting married, one forgets his mother. Although Jiang Hong's character is very good, she is after all a dragon and also a woman. Her heart is definitely small. Liu Yi must have discussed some things with you and the other senior brothers and also reported to Master. Now, the first person he wants to find is Jiang Hong. Some things involve the interests of the family. Jiang Hong will think a lot, and he may not report to Master. Hehe, don't worry, when you marry Bayan, I'm afraid it will be the same. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua's heart naturally thought of Fairy Hong Xia who was far away in the Xiaoyu continent. Wasn't it because of Fairy Hong Xia's small heart that things got to this point? After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, what was the difference between her and Xue Xue? Some things can be left unsaid, but some things can't be reported. Fujiwen had never seen Xiao Hua's dual cultivation partner. Seeing that Xiao Hua's words were full of experience, he knew that Master felt something and smiled slightly. Moreover, women are different from women. Bayan is a female official of the Immortal Palace, so she should be very clear about this. Xiao Hua knew that the woman Fujiwen was talking about should be Xin Xin. He didn't explain and asked, Ian, what does Liu Yi want to report? Is it the dispute between the Yu family and the Liu family? That kind of small matter happens every day in the Shenhua continent. What kind of trouble could the elders of those two families cause with them keeping watch in their families? Fujiwen's face turned serious as he replied, this kind of small matter is not worth mentioning. Oh, then what is it? Xiao Hua frowned slightly. Previously, Liu Yi mentioned to Disciple that when he just came out from the Shenhua continent, he had a feeling that he was being spied on. Fujiwen replied, it's just that this feeling of being spied on was really vague, and even disappeared in a flash. Liu Yi wasn't sure, so he didn't dare to report it to Master. Chapter 42:20. Fujiwen peeked at Xiao Hua's reaction and continued, however, Disciple feels that we should be careful since we are far away from home. Although Master's magic power is boundless, even a wise man can make mistakes. If Disciple finds anything, it's better to tell Master as soon as possible. Therefore, Disciple asked him to report to Master, but he felt that if he could find it, Master would definitely find it too. Moreover, there are many strong people in the great desolate continent. It's normal for some strong people to spy on us. What? When Xiao Hua heard this, his figure suddenly stopped. The feeling of teleportation was like a stormy wave crashing into Fujiwen's Niwen Palace. Fujiwen suddenly felt dizzy. Of course, with Fujiwen's cultivation, this dizziness only lasted for a moment. When the secret technique circulated, Fujiwen immediately returned to normal. When did this happen? Later, did Liu Yi find anything else? Xiao Hua naturally knew about Liu Yi's talent. This kind of strange talent was innate, not acquired through cultivation. What Liu Yi could detect, he really might not be able to detect. Moreover, after he arrived in the great desolate continent, he did not find any consciousness secretly spying on them. If there was a great enemy nearby, Liu Yi found such a strange situation and did not report it, it was really a crime worthy of death. Fu Jiwen saw Xiao Hua's face change greatly and hurriedly comforted, "Master, don't worry. This is something that happened when we just started to educate the strange beasts. It has been more than 10 years now, isn't there nothing wrong?" Presumably, Liu Yi did not find anything unusual and did not report it to Master En. Xiao Hua nodded and did not speak much. His face was a little gloomy. Fu Jiwen said again, "When Disciple and Liu Yi went in different directions, I asked him again. He was a little hesitant. He should not have that kind of feeling again, right? Otherwise, he would definitely report it." "I hope so." Xiao Hua had some indescribable feelings in his heart. It was like a child that he had painstakingly raised, who had always listened to him, suddenly grew up one day and had his own ideas. He did not particularly listen to his words and began to have his own secrets. The 10 spirit clones began to gradually become independent. Now, these children-like disciples began to have their own forces. However, Xiao Hua immediately smiled again. Even though the Fu Jiwen in front of him didn't look any different from the Fu Jiwen he met in the past, he was still thousands of years old after all. Wasn't Liu Yi the same? How could he possibly ask her to be the same as before? Can't you let her have her own thoughts? He was changing, and so were his disciples. As long as they were loyal to the Fortune Gate and were filial to him, what else could he ask for? Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly from his nose and scolded, "Liu Yi's wife is from the Dragon Clan. I won't say anything, but your wife is a female official of the Immortal Palace. When you marry her in the future, paying respects to her in the morning and evening is indispensable. Otherwise, I won't give any betrothal gift." "It can't be, Master." Fu Jiwen's face was full of bitterness. Momo was controlled by the princess in the imperial court. Can't she be free at home? Heaven, earth, monarch, family, teacher. Xiao Hua curled his lips and said word by word, "Teacher has taken up quite a few. If you want to marry me, you have to be obedient." "All right." Fu Jiwen naturally didn't understand the true meaning of Xiao Hua's words, but seeing that Xiao Hua's mood had improved, he could only agree with a bitter face. After a few more days passed, Xiao Hua's divine consciousness swept across the mountain peaks in the distance. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Disciple, go back to Shenhua continent. Master will help your uncle Master." "Yes, Master." Fu Jiwen had long been used to being carried around, so he casually agreed. Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror, and in a flash of light, Fu Jiwen was sucked into the space. 10,000 li away, there was a plain rarely seen in the desolate continent. The land stretched as far as the eye could see, and at this moment, it was covered in thick vines. These vines were bronze in color, and there were faint cloud patterns on them, as if they were natural patterns. They emitted faint fluctuations, and when these fluctuations fell into the air, they actually flickered with sparks. The vines were scattered with broken stones and wood, and it looked very messy. Among the broken stones, there were many bones and flesh. Some of these bones were very big, while others were very small. Occasionally, there were a dozen or so human skeletons hidden among these bones. These human skeletons were without a doubt Fortune Gate's disciples. In the sky above the vines and bones, within a radius of several hundred li, there were loud battle cries. Thousands of lizard-like beasts surrounded and attacked several hundred Fortune Gate's disciples. At this time, the Fortune Gate's disciples were in a battle formation, each of them holding a magic artifact and spirit artifact. They circulated their magic power and fought against the lizard-like beasts. Outside the group of Fortune Gate's disciples, there were several dozen lizard-like beasts surrounding a cultivator, and they were also madly attacking. These cultivators were none other than Liu Yi, Jiang Hong, Yuan Ya, and Wang Bianfei. At this time, Jiang Hong had already revealed her true form. Dragon patterns flickered all over her body, and her huge dragon claws could tear a mountain apart. However, when such a powerful attack landed on the lizard-like beast, sparks flew everywhere. The lizard-like beast fell 100 jong in the air, but it immediately flew back up as if nothing had happened and blocked Jiang Hong's attack. This was also the strange part. The several dozen lizard-like beasts only surrounded Jiang Hongna and did not take the initiative to attack, as if they were afraid of her. The other Fortune Gate's disciples were not so lucky. Yuan Ya was surrounded by the most lizard-like beasts, and his physique was the largest. Yuan Ya had already activated his avatar, and a bronze luster surrounded his body. He held the devil hammer with both hands, and every time he swung it, the void cracked. When the lizard-like beasts saw the devil hammer coming at them, they dodged to the side, not wanting to meet the devil hammer head-on. However, when the devil hammer missed, the surrounding lizard-like beasts either spat out wind and fire as they pounced on Yuan Ya, or swung their tails at him. It looked like they were evenly matched. Liu Yi and Wang Bianfei were no match for Yuan Ya, as they could not win by brute force. Although Liu Yi had just obtained the copper coin of Treasurefall, it could not be used in this battle. Like Wang Bianfei, he had no choice but to use his previous treasures. Although those treasures were sharp, when they landed on the lizard-like skin of these lizard-like beasts, they could only produce sparks, unable to cause any real damage. However, Liu Yi and Wang Bianfei were relieved that they had the Black Jade Chelin by their side. This Chelin was well versed in the Desolate Continent's way of fighting. While fighting against the lizard-like beasts, it did not forget to help Liu Yi and Wang Bianfei, greatly reducing the pressure on them. The battle between the group of Fortune Gate disciples and the lizards had already caused a change in the heaven and earth's origin energy. Gusts of wind rose within 1,000 li radius, and countless pillars of origin energy fell into the battle. Countless pillars of origin energy condensed and exploded in mid-air, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling light. However, all of this paled in comparison to the battle taking place several thousand li away. On the ground several thousand li away, Tempering Bones Xiao Hua had revealed his 10,000 zhong tall avatar. Although it was only 10,000 zhong tall, standing on the ground, his momentum pierced through heaven and earth, more impressive than the Desolate Continent's giant mountain peaks. Around Tempering Bones Xiao Hua, there were several lizard-like beasts that were several thousand zhong in size, standing on demonic clouds as they attacked ferociously. These lizard-like beasts' bodies were covered in lightning and fire patterns. Between their attacks, not only were there surging lightning and blazing flames, but there were also endless thunderclap. Especially these lizard-like beasts, and when they opened their mouths, their roars sounded like dragon roars. The space within several thousand li was under the control of these lizard-like beasts. Countless lightning bolts and blazing flames tore the void apart. Chaotic energy fluctuations rushed out from the void, rushing towards Tempering Bones Xiao Hua like a tempest. Tempering Bones Xiao Hua did not use any magic tools, he merely clenched his fists. As his fists danced in the air, the space within 100 zhong exploded, and everything within the space turned into nothingness. Perhaps the energy fluctuations could pass through the void, but when they landed on Tempering Bones Xiao Hua's body, they could only extinguish a small amount of light. However, there were too many energy fluctuations. At this time, Tempering Bones Xiao Hua's body was already mottled with light. Many parts of his body were torn apart by the lizard-like beasts, revealing his green body. Seeing that Tempering Bones Xiao Hua's fist had missed, a huge lizard-like beast pounced over and bit his arm. Tempering Bones Xiao Hua's wrist hooked and hit the lizard's chin in a split second. The lizard's body was flipped over, and the lizard's tail swept across Tempering Bones Xiao Hua's waist with a paw. Tempering Bones Xiao Hua's body was unstable, and he staggered slightly. Beside him was a hill that was several hundred zhong tall. This hill in the eyes of ordinary people was just a pellet in Tempering Bones Xiao Hua's eyes. With a sweep of his left foot, he broke the hill with a boom, and the entire hill flew up. Tempering Bones Xiao Hua's left foot did not stop, and it bounced smoothly like flowing water. Woo! With a piercing wind, the hill flew and hit the lizard that attacked Tempering Bones Xiao Hua just now. In the end, that lizard was no match for Tempering Bones Xiao Hua. The hill hit the lizard's abdomen with a boom. Although the several hundred zhong tall hill turned into powder under the lightning of the lizard's abdomen, Tempering Bones Xiao Hua's strength still pierced deeply into the lizard's abdomen. The dark golden abdomen split open with a bloody scar that was several hundred zhong long, and the lizard let out a mournful wail like a dragon's roar. Chimpage. Seeing that several huge lizards were about to attack at the same time, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. A huge, suffocating aura came from afar. Then, light and shadow distorted, and Xiao Hua's figure appeared in the sky along with a stream of light. Master, be careful. Xiao Hua's figure had yet to completely reveal itself when Jiang Hong immediately sent a sound transmission to the group of lizards. Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, several lizards opened their mouths and roared, actually shaking Jiang Hong's sound transmission and scattering it. At this moment, the vines on the ground suddenly moved. Shua! The vines were 100 times fiercer than the lizards. They flew up from the ground and headed toward the space where Xiao Hua was. Chapter 42:21. Not only that, as the rattan vines shook, the ground shook as well. In places where Xiao Hua's gaze could not reach, more rattan vines emerged from the ground. The originally flat plains were now covered in deep ravines, and the rattan vines in these ravines soared to the sky, leaving behind several hundred jong deep pit. The rattan vines covered an area of 10,000 li, each of them resembling a ferocious horned dragon, emitting a strange energy fluctuation that completely sealed off the space. Not only was the heaven and earth origin energy unable to enter, even sunlight was unable to pass through. These tens of thousands of rattan vines exuded killing intent, and at the end of this killing intent was Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sneered. As soon as he saw Liu Yi and the others being besieged by the lizards, he had already understood. Yuan Ya might not be so scheming, but people like Liu Yi and Wang Bianfei would immediately think of countermeasures when they saw the slightest disturbance. With so many lizards besieging them, as long as they saw that the situation was not good, they would definitely escape first and send a message to him. Since they could not send a message, then they must have been trapped before they could send a message. Since that was the case, other than the lizards, the only thing that could trap them was the rattan vines on the ground. Since Xiao Hua dared to show himself, he had already paid attention to the rattan vines and had come up with a countermeasure. While Xiao Hua was sneering, he had already released his divine sense. Wang Bianfei and the others could already hear Xiao Hua's voice in their ears. Don't resist, Master will send you back to Shenhua mainland first. Therefore, before the rattan vines could reach them, the group of Fortune Gate disciples surrounded by lizards had already disappeared. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, there were actually some lizards that were able to attack his mind when his mind passed by. Just as the Fortune Gate disciples disappeared, the rattan vines had already reached them. Some lizards were unable to dodge in time and were caught by the rattan vines. The lizards' bodies glowed brightly as they resisted the rattan vines' attacks, but the rattan vines twisted in a strange way, firmly entangling the lizards. As the rattan vines streaked across the sky, a powerful force was generated. Although the lizards' bodies were unharmed on the surface, the insides of their bodies were unable to withstand the rattan vines' force. Their bodies were forcefully twisted, and large chunks of flesh and blood flowed out from the lizards' bodies. Amidst a series of dragon roars, the lizards were ground to death by the rattan vines. The black jade cheline didn't care about the lizard's siege, but when it saw how powerful the rattan was, the lizards that were besieging it scattered. Flames immediately surged around its body, and it opened its mouth, spitting a scarlet flame at the rattan that was pouncing at it. At the same time, its two front legs danced, and several sharp rays of light flashed, slashing at the rattan that was sharper than flying sword. Woo! When the flames landed on the rattan vines, the cloud patterns on the rattan vines flickered, and strands of lightning appeared, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Moreover, the lightning did not slow down, and continued to attack the black jade cheline's attack. Clang, clang, clang. When the lightning struck the black jade cheline's attack, it actually emitted a metallic clanging sound. The black jade cheline's attack only lasted for a few breaths before it was extinguished. However, as the lightning was extinguished, the rattan vine's force had already sealed the space around the black jade cheline. Seeing that it was no match for the rattan vines, the black jade cheline's body surged again, forming a ring that expanded outward. A void passage was quickly formed within this ring of light. Boom! Just as joy appeared in the black jade cheline's eyes and it was about to jump into the void passage, a rattan suddenly stretched out from the void. When the rattan pierced into the void passage, the entire rattan coiled around the passage. Under the huge force, the void passage shook violently with a rumble and suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the passage caused the black jade cheline to be blown away, and the ring of light was also scattered. Woo! At this moment, another rattan strangely appeared and hit the black jade Chaline's back. Layers of lightning and flames appeared on the black jade Chaline's back to block the rattan, but the rattan coiled around the black jade Chaline and was about to trap the black jade Chaline. The black jade Chaline turned pale with fright. It naturally knew that if it fell into this trap, it would not be any better than the lizard. Almost without hesitation, the black jade Chaline transmitted its voice, "Spiritual Master, save me." Xiao Hua originally wanted to take the black jade Chaline, Liu Yi, and the others into Shenhua continent, but when he saw the black jade Chaline using its divine ability to resist, he could not take it in. Therefore, his consciousness stopped near the black jade Chaline. After seeing the black jade Chaline speak and transmit its voice to not resist, his consciousness swept towards the black jade Chaline and took it into Shenhua continent as well. Just as Xiao Hua took the black jade Chaline, the rattan came across the sky. This rattan was really strange. Not only did it sweep across the sky and kill another lizard around the black jade Chaline, but it also flashed with lightning-like brilliance and cut off Xiao Hua's consciousness. Xiao Hua was shocked and rubbed his hands. Boom! Tens of thousands of thunderbolts were like raging tides. They appeared in the void within 1,000 miles and roared as they drowned the rattan. However, where the lightning surged, the rattan within 1,000 miles was hit until it trembled violently. The cloud patterns on it quickly dimmed as if it was in pain from being hit. The rattan shrank and hid in the void. Of course, it only hid in the void and was not destroyed. Even after the lightning within 1,000 miles was annihilated, the rattan once again rushed out. Roar! Not far from Xiao Hua, the situation of the bone-honing Xiao Hua was not good. He was originally fighting with the giant lizard on the ground. The rattan had already wrapped around his bare feet. The bone-honing Xiao Hua dodged the rattan while fighting with the giant lizard. What surprised him was that the giant lizard was not afraid of the rattan. The rattan also avoided the lizard. Therefore, when Xiao Hua just took the black jade Chaline, the rattan had already wrapped around Xiao Hua from all directions. This rattan was very difficult to fight. Not only was the surface tough, even harder to break than the lizard, the rattan's strength was also swift and violent. When it waved, it sealed the entire space. What gave the bone-honing Xiao Hua the most headache was that the rattan was extremely soft and flexible, like a python. Although the bone-honing Xiao Hua tried his best to dodge, the rattan still wrapped around his waist, hands, and arms. Big head and no brain. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiao Hua was entangled by the rattan, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and scolded, "Can't you take back your avatar? With such a big body, other than showing off, what else can it do? Isn't it just being entangled by others?" Although Xiao Hua was angry at the bone-honing Xiao Hua's slowness, when he saw that the bone-honing Xiao Hua could not break the rattan with a wave of his arm, he naturally could not ignore it. He raised his hand and a golden light flashed. The soaring dragon scissors appeared out of thin air, turning into a golden dragon and chopping at the rattan, entangling the bone-honing Xiao Hua. Kaka. The soaring dragon scissors was extremely fast and nimble. It dodged the rattan that filled the sky and landed on the rattan around Xiao Hua's body. The sound of metal rang in an instant, and several feet deep cracks immediately appeared on the dozens of rattan. Of course, it was only these few feet of cracks. The soaring dragon scissors could not completely cut the rattan. Hiss! Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that this rattan was a foreign object from the desolate continent and was not easy to cut. However, he still did not expect that this rattan was so tough that even his sharpest magic treasure, the soaring dragon shears, could not cut it. However, with the help of the soaring dragon scissors, the bone-honing Xiao Hua waved his hands rapidly. As if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he broke the rattan, entangling him. The avatar hurriedly shrank. Just as the bone-honing Xiao Hua's figure moved, the lizard's huge tail fell from the rattan shadow. The bone-honing Xiao Hua was caught off guard and hit the left side of his ribs. Boom! With a loud sound, the bone-honing Xiao Hua's left side produced thunder and fire, extinguishing the golden light protecting Xiao Hua's body. The huge force even threw him into the trap of the rattan. At this time, Xiao Hua was also surrounded by dozens of rattan. For the time being, he could not find an effective way to stop the rattan. He could only urge the soaring dragon scissors to dance in the air and block the attacking rattan. Then, he relied on the Imperial Thunder technique to cut the rattan. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiao Hua was once again thrown into the rattan, Xiao Hua was shocked and cursed, "Damn it." His mind hurriedly urged, wanting to put the bone-honing Xiao Hua into the space. Unfortunately, the rattan was really fierce. It sealed the entire space. When Xiao Hua's mind was released, it was immediately blocked by the rattan. Not only could it not touch the bone-honing Xiao Hua, it was also swallowed by the cloud patterns of the rattan. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and waved. The Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. Under the urging of his magic power, the Kunlun mirror produced a 5-colored beam of light. The beam of light fell into the air and gave birth to a fist-sized vortex. The vortex rapidly expanded and tore the void apart. The beam of light fell into the void and disappeared. Looking at the space around the bone-honing Xiao Hua, there were wave-like ripples. A void passage was about to appear. Boom! Within the vortex, several rattan appeared and frantically stabbed into the void passage. However, the 5-colored brilliance of the Kunlun mirror blocked the rattan. The void passage steadily took shape in the void, swoosh. Just as a similar vortex appeared above the bone-honing Xiao Hua's head, the sound of flowing water suddenly came from the top of Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and hastily raised his head. He saw a pitch-black crack appear in the void. The sound from the crack was like the sound of flowing spring water. At the same time, a vast and terrifying aura that made Xiao Hua's body tremble suddenly appeared along with the sound of flowing spring water. Xiao Hua almost didn't hesitate and slapped his head. Woo! 5-colored true energy mixed with the power of starlight gushed out. A huge executioner's hand condensed from 50 true energies grabbed at the aura, but in the void crack, a dozen rattan flashed with golden light and emitted a terrifying aura. It was like a huge hand grabbing down. It collided with Xiao Hua's executioner's hand. Boom! Chi waves surged into the sky. Xiao Hua's executioner's hand was grabbed by the huge rattan hand and turned into 5-colored true energy that drifted in the air within 1,000 li. This huge wave of chi not only swayed the light protecting Xiao Hua's body, but also sent the dozens of rattan flying.